Hold up, grab my soda cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape vape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation, with gross castrations, cute citations, by your intimations. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan, how you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, in skewed citations, by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation, you're a cheap imitation. Dark said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Productions. Man up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.
Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. I want to remind everybody, hit them like, share, and subscribe buttons. I do have the panel link down there for anybody who wants to join the panel. Open topic. Just running my mouth today, trying to give you something. Ran short on money this last month, and during that time, my StreamYard expired, so I'm just doing a little fun drive to try to get StreamYard up and going again, so we can have open panel with a full panel instead of a limited one, as well as the other extras that go with it. And so in the meantime, we're just going to play around. Like I said, come on up on panel if you want. And just a quick show of what the channel is about. We're here on El Perro. Let's go to the home tab first. We've got various different videos I've done. The shorts you'll see, I've got a lot of these clown videos on my shorts. That's the psychological side of my dark humor. And we've got Dino with us. Let me get my screen share going here. I don't know what's going on here. There we go. How you doing, Dino?
Doing okay. How are you, Keith? It's been a long time.
Yeah, good to hear you. Good to hear you. How's things going with the old battle that we always know is there with the corrupt officials? You getting anywhere with that?
No, I haven't gone anywhere. I got myself stuck with the definitions of stuff, and it's really bugging me. I got myself stuck because it seems like the next step I got to take is going to the Court of Claims. But it seems interesting to me that to get anything started at the Court of Claims, one must file a complaint, which is not the same thing as a claim. So I just sort of kind of stymied me. But I feel like I don't think I got anywhere else to go. But I also don't believe I don't have much faith in this system that I'm going to get anywhere with them. So I have this expectation that they're there to secure my right to petition redress of grievances, and then therefore to, as well as, offer just compensation. And I shouldn't have to pay for them to do any of this. It just needs to be done. And I haven't figured out quite how to put that down. And,
Yeah.
I pretty much did that Social Security last year, and it's been 6 months since I've heard from them. So I don't know how that's going to go either. But you know, trying to
Yeah,
figure all that out.
we're pretty much in the same boat on that right now. I'm going through what right now is Supreme Court, and my request is to remand the open the case back up, because they've effectively get granted a voluntary dismissal that is not actually allowable under law, and trying to say that my appeal is moot because the defendant got the best outcome he could expect through a voluntary dismissal. And that's not right, because the voluntary dismissal comes upon the heels of a hearing where the plaintiff who requested the voluntary dismissal admitted on the record that they are the ones that violated the law. And so the court is trying to skip over that part and say, well, no, that's you got a voluntary dismissal. And then on top of it, they're going to adjudicate the cost to the defendant. And under Iowa law, that's never been granted. They don't have the authority to do so. And so here on January 29th this year, a case went through the Iowa Supreme Court itself on that very topic. And so we're going to take a look at that in regards to my case, because they granted the dismissal at cost to defendants, which was against state law. So they have to withdraw the at cost to the defendants. But at the same time, they're going to still try to stick with the topic that it's moot. Well, you can't do that either, because like I said, the plaintiff admitted that they were the ones that violated state law and federal law at the same time. And they did that on the stand, and it's a matter of the record. So my Supreme Court case is to remand it back to this trial court to have them hand down the judgment on the merits, rather than giving a final judgment for voluntary dismissal to the plaintiff, because they're barred from doing that, both because the plaintiff admitted that they violated strict statutory duties under the Uniform Rental Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, as well as the state can't grant the dismissal at the cost of defendants because of state P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S versus state Supreme Court on January 9th. But along on top, and see, in this case is full of all kinds of procedural errors. So on top of that, like I said, they had no authority to grant a dismissal, because when the plaintiff admitted on the stand that they stated they violated state law, that relinquishes the court of jurisdiction. So now I'm the only one that should have been able to move the court. Well, the court took it under advisement, and before I had my research and everything done so I could make my next move, the plaintiff came in with its voluntary dismissal and said, well, they moved, so we don't need the court's help anymore. No, you can't do that. So that's why we're at the Supreme Court right now. And if they don't grant that remanding back to the trial court for the merits, then we go to the Iowa Appeals Court. So I know what you're talking about. It seems like it's just one little tweak here and there, and you're all of a sudden in a different court. And that's what I've been talking about all these years, about their jurisdictional games. They play these little jurisdiction forum games, and we have to understand what that forum is, particularly when it comes to that Federal Rules of Procedure 12.
Yeah, see, and I'm not even going. I'm just taking the constitutional route here. I don't want to argue over the court nonsense. They took my stuff, they owe me. That's all it is. Just I don't give a shit about the rest. It's pretty clear they took my stuff. It's pretty clear they had no right to take my stuff, and I made that claim. And I don't know how I can trust any court though. If I'm basically saying it's the Bar Association that's run allegedly by the Supreme Court of the state, they're responsible. So I'm supposed to go into a court and expect justice from the same people who allowed all this to happen in the first place? I just I don't see it.
Yeah, and see that's what I'm finding is these people think that they know what their job is, and they evidently don't. Because what I'm finding is at every corner, like I said, they're doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, and that's because they've gotten into a pattern of practice of doing it, such as when a judge or magistrate hears a case, and you enter a filing into that case. What's happening is that judge is not getting those filings. It is going into the clerk's office, and then the clerk is just handing them out to any magistrate. So if the magistrate that heard the case isn't getting the filings and some other magistrate is, which is almost always, that other magistrate is not familiar with the case and doesn't know any of the details, doesn't have the transcripts, doesn't have any recordings. He's just got a piece of paper in front of him. And so he's very limited in scope. And that's the problem. They expect the defendant to be fully open in the scope of the entire case. But yet when you enter your filings, they are limited in their scope because of their independent viewing of the documentation, which I don't think they should be doing. If a magistrate hears the case, all the filings should be going before that magistrate. But what we've got is this shotgun court case where they're filling up these courts so full that if everyone fought the case, they wouldn't know what to do. They'd have to shut the courts down because there aren't enough people to look over these documents appropriately according to the cases that they hear. It's just astounding that they don't know what's going on when it comes to the rules as well. These clerks, they don't understand that they're the ones that are responsible for the integrity of the record, and that when a judge or a magistrate is telling them this or that, or dismissing things on a voluntary dismissal with consent, and they don't have jurisdiction, the clerks don't know that either. So where's the integrity of the record? That's why I keep telling people that's only going to be upheld by the people like us, the ones that are being brought into these cases that are demanding that integrity. And if we don't know how to demand that integrity, it's never going to happen. And that's the problem. We don't have enough people like ourselves going in there and demanding that integrity. We have a lot of First Amendment auditors out there doing that. And that seems to be something that a mechanism for bringing about that integrity. But even then, if those First Amendment auditors don't understand that process once they make that audit, how does that audit do any good if you can't fulfill that process of integrity? So it's a major step in trying to do what's right and make sure that everything is recorded accurately. And most people don't give a shit.
You can't, but even if you did, you can't force integrity. And that's the problem, is that you can't make these people do the things that are right and the things they should be doing. That's been something I've run into in more than a few situations. It seems to be endemic of the whole system. You can't force these people to do what they're supposed to do. So if they're not willing to do what they're supposed to do, who's ever going to get justice? And I don't know how it happens that some people do, but I tell you, it's really baffling that they clearly, like you say, don't do their jobs. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. You even got the head, public servant, the public servant in chief can't even take care of the American people because he's too busy waging war on the other side of the world. I mean, it's just insane.
Yep. And one of the problems we have with that definition thing you were mentioning about is justum generis. I don't know if you've spoken on this before with Malika and them, but as justum generis, it says, this is Cornell Law School, is a Latin phrase that means of the same kind. The statutory and constitutional construction principle of justum generis states that where general words or phrases follow a number of specific words or phrases, the general words are specifically construed as limited and apply only to persons or things of the same kind or class as those expressly mentioned. So you mentioned a car, a semi-truck, a motorcycle, and an airplane. Under adjustum generis, the airplane is the one that does not fit because it's not meant for the road. So we're talking about class or same kind in that kind of distinction. It clarifies things in those documents.
If I'm a person, then does that mean I'm like a corporation, like a partnership, like a trust, like all the other nonsense that goes along with that? And if so,
Bingo.
how am I like that?
Bingo. And that's what we're trying to use to get their mindset open to what's reality. They can't just, and this is another thing with those jurisdictions. They like to cross jurisdictions and not change the words up, and because they think the words don't really mean a whole lot. And I think a lot of that is because people don't really understand the context of those definitions themselves. So the courts themselves just think, well, they don't know that, so they're not going to know this. And like I said, it's a very complex pile of bullshit that they put you through that it's very hard to figure out. I mean, everything's so twisted and conjuncted together, it's pathetic.
Well, and that's why I really lean toward the simplicity of it all. I'm actually helping a guy write a motion to dismiss, and it's 1 page. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I don't need to go into a lot of detail. Your rules say this. You did the opposite of what your rules say you're supposed to do. You got nothing. Screw you. You're done. You know what I mean? I just don't need to be long-winded about any of this stuff anymore. And I think the brevity is what at least frees me up a little bit, because I spend a lot of time trying to keep things as simple as I possibly can. And I know a lot of people want to just go into their whole stories, and they want to talk about all the ins and outs and details. And it's like, why? Why? I mean, I get that that's important to you, but if you want to write a novel, go ahead and write a novel, but few people are going to want to read it. And so you're just wasting your time. And especially with
Yep.
these courts, you're wasting your time. I think brevity is probably the best way to go, whether or not it's actually even going to work anyway. Because again, like you say, these people don't know how to even follow their own rules.
Yep. And then here's a case on the Noceter. What is it? Noceter A. Socis. I believe that's the correct pronunciation, and we're going to check it out here. This is S.T. Warren Company versus Maine BD of Environmental Protection. And this was 2005 in Maine. And the principle, the canon Noster A. Socis, reminds us that a word is known by the company it keeps. It's kind of like the same thing we just read with the justum generis. It's got to fit in with a string of other words, and is invoked when a string of statutory terms raises the implication that the words grouped in a list should be given a related meaning.
Well, and here you go again, and I'm not saying you do this. I mean, obviously the system has created this. You've got Latin mixed in with alleged English, or whatever
Yep.
we call it, American, actually more legalese than anything. And so then it's like, we're very big these days on trying to define these words and figure out what they really mean. And we're throwing this back and forth to each other all the time. The frickin' English language. What word did you mean? Well, I said this word. Well, which meaning did you mean of that word? I mean, like, we really know that we're communicating, but I mean, ultimately, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it all, are we really communicating? It's a lot of babble.
Yep.
And yeah, it's a tough way to move forward.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem with the English that is taught in the schools as it is. It leads a lot of people into babble. They don't understand the quaint nuances and everything that need to be understood in order to get through this legal twist and turn, psychopathic grapevine of shit, you know? And when we
That's
look
why
at
it's not
those,
for us. That's why we don't
yeah,
belong in there. I'm not qualified to talk this way.
yeah, and right back to your thing about Latin and English, you know, a lot of their terms are expressed from Latin first, and then they take on that English adaptation. And so here's another one: is the expressio unius es exclusio alterius, and you're excluding things from a expression. It says enumerations are dangerous both alone and following or preceding a general term. In most cases, it is impossible to make an enumeration complete. In such cases, the courts apply the expressio unius es exclusio alterius and refuse to apply the statute to something that would have been included if someone had thought of it in time. So this is the thing where the time clock stops on certain case law, and they change it a little bit here or there, but they never get rid of the old case law. And so when you bring up that old case law, well, we didn't think of it at that time. Well, that's what the Ninth Amendment is in the Constitution. They thought of it at that time and thought, well, we may not be covering all of the rights. So let's put something in there to let that be known. And the enumeration preceding or following a general term brings the adjustum generis rule into play and restricts the application of the statute to things similar to those enumerated, even though the general term is of wider application. So it's like you were saying earlier, the person, and then they give all these other things that it can be in one section and say there's 10 points that it could be. It could be a corporation, a trust, a state, blah, 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 blah. But in another section, they limit it and only give 3 specific items. That's where they're excluding things as an altered form, like you were talking about. What does it mean here? What meaning are you using? Is it the same word? You know, and that's the babble that we're talking about with the English language versus the legalese. See, the legal, they use a different grammar style for each jurisdiction. And in each jurisdiction, that grammar style says that word that you saw and you learned in English is no longer the same way word or meaning that you think. In each
Oh yeah,
jurisdiction,
I was just trying to explain to somebody who'd never heard of it before, saying, well, you're in Arizona, right? And I'm like, in the state? No. Let me show you why I'm not in the state. Their own definition says I'm not in the state, and the definition's there. And boy, she was just blown away by it. And she's like trying to wrap her head around this idea, like, wait, what? Yeah, and I could see she was struggling with it. But it's
yeah,
like, hey, whatever you believe is not what's going on.
those little 2-letter words are a fucking bitch, folks. In or on. I'm going to bring something up here for everybody so you can see the difference. This is under the UCC, and I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And let me pull up my there we go. PayPal link for anybody who wants to hit that PayPal link and share a little bit of love. I'm on a fund drive here to re-up my StreamYard. So every little bit helps. All is appreciated. And let's get back into it here. The rules in paramatria. Rules in paramatria. Rules or parts of rules within a particular body of rules are in pari materia when they relate to the same proceedings or class of proceedings. Rules in pari materia in the same body of rules should be construed together, if possible, as one rule or one chapter of rules. So it's talking about the rules of judicial administration, and that they can't be changing them. It's a set of rules, and they work different for each different jurisdiction. That's why it's important to understand that when you get involved in these cases, yeah, there's 50 states of the union, and each state is different. Even though there's an equality of the law among the states, there's a difference in the aspects, but the rules should always generally be the same. So let me pull up.
Yeah, I like that. I've been asking a lot of people lately, and I haven't gotten any good results or any good answers. That, you know, are these states sovereign? They act like they can do what they want, but I don't know how that works under the Supremacy Clause and the Full Faith and Credit Clause.
Yeah, it's not something that's easy to comprehend. And I think what we've got, you know, when Congress walked out sin die, that was the federal government. Okay, it was a republic. When they walked out and reconvened under a new type of Congress, that Constitution was no longer valid. So we have a new Constitution that was brought out, but that Constitution, again, was not developed under a republic federal form of government. It was developed under a corporate capitalist structure. And so the people themselves are not part of the federal government. They are not part of the republic as that Constitution goes, and that Constitution provides them no protection. So let's look at this. This is UCC 3-402. Signature by representative. And this is on any document that you ever sign, any document you ever sign, whether it's for financial purposes or not. If
How's that work? Exactly. How does that work? How am I representing myself just because I'm present and I sign something? That doesn't. I'm a little baffled by that.
Well, and that's the problem. You are not representing yourself. You are a representative, and you and I both know, Dean, that the individual's name and number identify the record, correct?
Identify a record, yes, sure.
Correct. It doesn't identify us, it identifies a record. If it's enumerated, then it's enumerated because it's in a record somewhere. In a record. Very important here. In a record. So when we look at this, if a person acting or purporting to act as a representative signs an instrument by signing either the name of the represented person or the name of the signer, the represented person is bound by the signature. To the same extent, the represented person would be bound if the signature were on a simple contract. If the represented person is bound, the signature of the representative is the authorized signature of the represented person, and the represented person is liable on the instrument, whether or not identified in the instrument. This is the one here. B, it says, if a representative signs the name of the representative to an instrument, and the signature is an authorized signature of the represented person, the following rule applies. In other words, if I'm writing my name or the name Keith Little on an instrument in signature form, I am the authorized representative, and this is indisputable. This is not, you cannot dispute this. A man is allowed to sign his own name, is he not?
Well, I didn't sign the birth certificate, so that's kind of where it's making me wonder.
Well, Remember this. By signing either the name of the represented person or the name of the signer. If the represented person is the same name as that of the signer, then B applies. Okay? Signature is an authorized signature of the represented person. The following rules apply. If the form of the signature shows unambiguously that the signature is made on behalf of the represented person who is identified in the instrument, the representative is not liable on the instrument. On behalf of the represented person who is identified in the instrument, the representative is not liable on the instrument.
And let's not forget that this is from the commercial code, and I'm
Correct.
not a commercial anything. I'm an act of God.
Correct. But the represented person on that instrument or in the instrument has the same name as Dean Phillips, then you are the authorized representative unambiguously. And therefore, the representative is not liable on the instrument. Now, if it says Tom Sawyer in the document and I'm signing Keith Little, I may still be the authorized representative, but there's got to be documentation showing that. There's got to be like a power of attorney somewhere saying that I'm allowed to sign for Tom Sawyer as the authorized representative because I obviously am not Tom Sawyer. See what I'm saying?
That's similar to any prosecutor signing some charging instrument and they're not the state, is what that sounds what you're alluding to.
Well, that or any case where somebody else is signing a document in your name and saying they're the representative, they have to qualify that they're authorized to do so. When I am signing Keith Little on a document that says Keith Little, I am obviously authorized because that is me, not the person in the document, but Keith Little is me in a representation. And I am the only one that has ultimate authority to say what I can or can't do, regardless of a piece of paper.
But when a judge signs it and it's got your name on it, they're still going to hold you liable. They do it every day.
Right, but that's because people don't comprehend this stuff. If people started standing up and started fighting this stuff, and see, remember, Dean, our forefathers in this great country used to teach their own children the law and stuff. It wasn't until the public education system came about in the 1860s that this all changed. People started handing over that education to somebody else. Instead of educating our own children, we now hand that over to somebody else. How do we expect to raise a child up in the ways of the Lord if we're not the ones that are educating them?
Well, I can see this two sides of that argument you just made too. But these people were up against swore oaths to secure rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and are not doing that. They're doing everything but that, and they know they're not doing that. So there's this level where they are getting paid well to allegedly do that while not doing it, and then when people would suggest, well, that's on my shoulders that I should have known better. No. They got paid to know better to do what they're doing. So I mean, that's how the whole system is just turned upside down. They're not even doing what they're supposed to be doing, and now it's falling on everybody else's shoulders to learn all this, to know this other language, to be able to defend in a courtroom, which isn't even really court. There's a huge lie going on here that it's just really hard to get around because you see it. Once I see it, I can't unsee it.
Yep. And real quick here, guys, be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link everybody can help out with. Let me pull it up here. Everybody would be kind enough to throw a little dono this way so I can turn the StreamYard back on. That's what we're working for. In the meantime, I got to take a quick break and I'll be right back, Dean. So please enjoy. Let me see here.
Gigi, stop!
What are they doing?
Hello.
Marley, no! Marley, no!
And the best part of this plan is?
All right, we're back. Sorry, I had somebody at the door. Okay, so yeah, it's a big fuckery, and we've got to learn how to unfuck ourselves. You know, we pay for our father's sins, and we're doing the same thing that our fathers did. You know, we keep sending our children to these public education centers when most of us actually know that's part of the problem. You know, it's kind of like the birth certificate. You know, there's a big to do about that too, right? And let me pull something else up. This will be something we can review. This is Abigail Carmichael Jordan, plaintiff, versus Marco Rubio in his official capacity as Secretary of State et al. Defendants. And this was United States District Court for the District of Columbia. Memorandum says Abigail Jordan has been trying to get a passport since 2019. The problem? A passport application requires either a birth certificate or a letter confirming that the applicant lacks one. That's it. That's the requirement. And it took them 5-6 years to determine that they needed to give this lady a passport because she lacked one. You either have evidence that there's a birth certificate, or you give her a letter confirming that there isn't one. And when they found out she didn't have one, they refused to give her a letter. What is your interpretation on that? How fucking stupid must you be to not be able to comprehend this or that? And they make this big argument over it that lasts 6 fucking years. And it is Jordan's sincerely held conviction that obtaining either form of documentation would endanger her religious scruples. The very First Amendment. And this is what I'm screaming about, Dean. This is why I scream about the birth certificate. It's a violation of the First Amendment, folks. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion. And because of that, you do not have to subject yourself to any of these laws. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion. Psalms 121, verse 8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Is that not the equivalent of a passport? saying you can go out of this land to another land and come back. And that is because you are what, Dean? A stranger and sojourner with God?
I don't know. I can't even get my fellow man to understand that our laws are based on the notion that all men are created equal. And they seem to believe that if you've stepped over some imaginary line without some perceived authority to do so, you're illegal and you're something not equal. But it's like it's like right out of Animal Farm, you know. Some people are more equal than others, apparently. And these people live this. They believe this. They it's like part of who they apparently are, and it's crazy. And I don't know how to tell people how crazy they are, you know, if they can't see that.
Yeah, and that's, again, that goes back to that public education. If you don't learn it, then you never will, because this public education system doesn't teach us. And pay attention, folks. This public education does not teach us or our children how to be autodidactic. In other words, it does not teach us how to think outside of that box. It actually restricts us and confines us to thinking inside of a box. Like that definition thing earlier. It doesn't teach us to think about those definitions in other venues. It teaches us to think about the word and its singular definition that we're taught in school. That's it. Greetings, Fallen. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm
Good,
just
good.
listening, and I guess I was gonna put a little input in. I mean, I don't seem like I'm as knowledgeable as you two are in like having this conversation, but as in, let's just say that person where he's like my fellow man, I can't seem to get to understand these certain things is as in crazy or whatever. To me, it seems more like compliant. People
Well,
are
yeah,
they're just compliant. They've been in that I guess in that indoctrination system. That's what's basically taught them from the time that bell rings at that first time is you have to be in compliance. If you're not
yeah,
in compliance, yeah, then you're the problem.
yeah. There's a certain amount of education that the mind can hold, and we're not taught that. There's
Well, even beyond that, even once you've gotten it, I've had conversations with very close friends, people I've known for 40 plus years, and they'd say, I hear you. They hear what I say and they know what I say, but they say, you know, it's just not worth it to me. I got a family to feed. I got this job I got to keep up. It keeps me in this life that I'm living. It's not worth the sauce to even stand up to the system because because they're just comfortable. It's just not worth it for them. And yeah, I don't know what to do with that. I get it. I have to love them because they're just doing the best they can with what they got. But yeesh.
yeah. It's like the Pink Floyd song "Brick in the Wall." Teacher, leave those kids alone. We don't need your education. That's because the education that they're providing isn't a real education. It's an indoctrination to provide a mindset, a conditioned mindset that induces a dumber society, that slave mind to do what daddy wants. Otherwise, you're going to have consequences. Same thing the Christian society does. Christianity poses that there's this demonic side that's going to provide consequences for us in the afterlife and this and that. And nobody really knows. It's just a mindset. There's no evidence whatsoever. Yeah, people say Christ is evidence and the story is evidence. And you can take that to some degree and admit that there is evidence there. But Is it actual physical evidence that we can see and observe today? No, it's an interpretive evidence. Okay, the Bible says, certain things happen at this time in this area, and we can go to that place today and see that relatively that seems to be an accurate story. They have various archaeological digs where they come up with the plants and food items and stuff, and this provides evidence. But again, we don't have that physical actual interaction with those kind of events today ourselves. We don't have people that have witnessed and been able to provide absolute evidence of either demonic or angelic things at any kind of level that allows us to see it and partake in it and actually show it as true and valid. There's nothing like that. So these stories that we listen to, and this is why I tell people I'm not a Christian. And so when it comes to that Christian scripture, I use it as a guide, because what I read in it is a guide to our authority. Like I said, Psalms 121 verse 8, if this is a Christian society and this whole law system was built on that, then they should consequently understand that the right to travel that all these people are pushing comes from that scripture. Basically, Psalms 121 verse 8, where it says, the Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and forevermore. And Leviticus 25 verse 23, where the land shall not be sold forever, because it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. So when we do go in and out, we are going in and out with him, and we are going out of the land here and going into another land somewhere else. Or even if we're going across the waters, it says we are strangers and sojourners with him. If that's what this Christian society really believes, then why do they have these unimaginable plethora of laws that say otherwise? I don't understand it myself.
Because it's the beast system, right? It's like the Antichrist in that aspect. That's just, and you talking is my opinion of the thought that comes in, because what I was saying earlier about being compliant, it's like like a double-edged sword kind of like deal, because I think it's also written somewhere too that our tongue can actually be considered a sword, and like when it's like words cause people into war, words cause people into conflict, because just speaking a sentence with certain words in it can get somebody to want to fight. That same concept of going in that compliance is, it's hard within ourselves too. Then when we see like within the system or the judicial system, that those people themselves that are in there aren't being compliant with I guess would say the law, right? Or the checks and balances of like what you were talking about in your case. The law reads this or that, but yet they're doing something else. And to hold people accountable into being compliant is kind of like difficult, because who's going to do anything if they're comfortable until all their comfortability, if that's a word, goes away. All those people who go, I'm comfortable, I need this job, I need this, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And, to never get it until that day comes where, I think it reminds me of that, when they came for the so-and-so, nobody stood up and spoke against it. And then they came for these other people, and then, well, nobody stood up against that. And then when they're coming for you, who's going to be left to stick up for you?
Yep.
Exactly.
And that's the thing about this is, when bad shit happens and the good man doesn't stand up and say anything about it, it's funny because I see crowds of people that will watch somebody get bullied and nobody will say a thing, when all it takes is one to step forward and say something. And I'm sure that many others will step forward with that one. But who's that one? Who's the one with the heart of a lion to step forward and say, okay, I'm king. You're not going to do that anymore. See, and that's what people like myself and Dean are trying to do in these courts. We're trying to stand up against these bullies that are doing this stuff because nobody else will. And we're hoping that when we show that others will stand up and start doing it with us. And this is what we're looking at, folks. This is
from the very beginning, Keith. Yeah, I just want to second that. From the very beginning, I started all this going, if they're doing this kind of crap to me, they're doing it to other people who may not even have the capacity to see it the way I do, and to have, like you say, the tenacity to stand up to these people and say, hey, this ain't right. So from the very beginning, that was my impetus. And I'm still trying to help others, but yeah, it's been an uphill battle.
Yeah, and right here is one of the things that we have to think about. And I know you're familiar with the S.W.A.P. Act, Dean. That was 1666. What happened in 1664, folks? That was the plague. Okay, the rat infestation in London, and then in 1665 they had the 5 Mile Act, or called the Oxford Act, or Nonconformist Act. And coincidentally, this was the year of the fire of London as well. So you had 1664 was the plague. 1665 was the Nonconformist Act, which was also the fire of London. And then 1666 was the S.W.A.P. Act. Now, what I want people to understand here is this is where the documentation from the church was handed over to the corporate structure. It no longer was a matter of record of the church. Okay, they switched from recording the citizens via the church to citizens via the corporate structure. And it was a Nonconformist Act, and it says, was an act of the Parliament of England passed in 1665 with the long title, An Act for Restraining Nonconformists from Inhabiting in Corporations. This is telling us that the city was the corporate entity. It was one of the English penal laws that sought to enforce conformity to the established Church of England and to expel any who did not conform. It forbade clergymen from living, visiting, or preaching within 5 miles of a parish from which they had been expelled, or to come within 5 miles of any city, town, or borough that sends members to Parliament, unless they swore an oath never to resist the king or attempt to alter the government of church or state. Now, what happened to the Magna Carta then? You guys know what the Magna Carta was, right? That's when they went to the king with the knife and said, you're going to sign this or else. You think the king really gave a fuck? Here it shows 400 years later. No, they didn't. They didn't give one fuck at all. The latter involved swearing to obey the 1662 prayer book. Thousands of ministers were deprived of a living under the act. An example, Theodosia Aline and her husband Joseph Aline were obliged to move to Taunton after her husband's conviction as a nonconformist. They moved, but they were still harassed and had to move and live with friends to escape their critics. And that's what Dean and I and people like us are looking for. We're looking for people that are going to be critical about themselves, so that when other people critique them, it's water off a duck's back. You can't say anything to me today that would hurt my feelers. It might change my behavior. Like one of the guys we had in back, he wanted to talk shit about me and make some pretty heinous accusations. And yeah, the last time he was here, we had a good conversation. But out in the public, in the forums of these other panels and stuff, he wants to run his mouth and then come to my panel as if though he's welcome here. No, I don't think so. You know, you want to run your critiques and play this same kind of game. You're trying to oust me from a community by using your critics, your critique against me, and say I'm the bad guy and I don't belong here. I'm sorry, but this is my platform here and you don't belong here. So later.
Oh, do you see how what you just said works throughout the thread of, I almost want to say, interacting and communication with all individuals, if I can even use that word, like just saying, what's that word mean and how you using it in a sentence. But it's that same thing, because what you just read about the Magna Carta and what that meant, and whether the king cared or didn't care, of whether what you tell somebody about something, whether they care or they don't care. And if you bring it forward to today to say that it's what you're trying to do and what this other person is trying to do, and then whether or not that system's going, hey, what makes you think you can come in here? This is my forum. What makes you think you can come in here and start critiquing me when you're out there and you're doing all of this, and then you're going to come in here and you're going to start? It's like you're not going to be welcome. It's that same thing what you just said. It's like that.
Absolutely. Okay. It's a standard we should follow. You remember the thing about set thine house in order? Sure. Yeah, you better set your house in order. And when you set your house in order and you invite somebody into your house, you invited them. You have to be a host, and you have to be a gracious and courteous host. I'm sorry, but yeah, my door is open to most people here. But when it comes to inviting people, I still hold the key to that invite. If I don't want you here, I'm going to let you know, and you shouldn't be here.
Right. I would make it very clear to those that visited my home that it was a place of peace. We don't bring drama. We don't bring fighting here. We don't need any of that. We can discuss things, and we can discuss hard things, but it's got to be on the chill level, because we're not doing that here. That was not what I wanted. So,
yep.
So that's why that there's a problem, right? What you're seeing in like the case that you're dealing with, or what the other person is like trying to help people with, is that house of, let's just say, the court hasn't really set itself in order. They have all of those instruments, what you keep reading, like in the Cornell law thing, is like that's what's really been placed into process to keep that house in order. But it's gotten out of order, and because of that, I guess anybody and everybody can just get in there and just start doing their own thing, and it causes chaos, right?
Absolutely, and that's what I was speaking about earlier with this voluntary dismissal. The courts are actually left up to the participants that want to battle, and they're just going to shuffle the papers back and forth. That's all they're really doing. They really don't have a specific job except to make as much money as they can by getting those participants to shuffle paperwork back and forth for as long as they can.
Well, yeah, and they're also, though, apparently the ones with the military, aka sheriffs and the police, and so anything that court decides to tell them to do, they go do it. They don't think twice about it, and that's part of the problem. It's this. I don't have an army to defend my home, so my home goes away. Either that, or
well, well,
I should have put myself to death by cop at my front door defending my property if I was a real man, right? I mean, I can take that criticism.
Oh yeah, but the thing is that again, one of those things that people have been indoctrinated in. You spoke of the military, and that's absolutely correct. That's how they operate. But again, when they try to present that kind of stuff to me, you know what I bring up for ID? Selective service. See, each and every one of us men signed up for the selective service thing, and that's a civilian authority. Who do you think the military follows directives from?
Civilians. And that's why I called
Absolutely.
And that's why I called the National Guard of Washington State. I'm like, hey, we got war going on against the people here. I'm gonna need you to, get some troops down here and protect some people. Oh, we can't do that without the governor. Yeah, I get it. Neither can these other people, but they're doing it without governor's approval. So they just did not want to talk to me.
Oh yeah,
I got the total blow off.
yeah.
Never
And
did hear from the commander dude. His little shield prevented me from getting to him, basically.
Yeah, and that's why I try to set up lines of communication with the postmaster and the adjutant general of the state, as well as the chaplain of the state. We here in Iowa have the first female chaplain in the United States now.
And what does she do? What authority does she have? What is she going to be able to help anybody with?
Well, and that's the thing. See, again, the military goes to the chaplain for any kind of life discerning decisions. They go to the chaplain, and again, they're subject to the civilian authority. And that civilian authority is the one that's supposed to mesh with the chaplain. And that's why when I sign my letters off, I sign off reverently, Chaplain Keith, because chaplain means little cloak. And so when you are the little cloak of the big cloak, the one that wears the full armor, and you're speaking to a civilian, the house sits in this order: God, chaplain, civilian, just like it says Father, Son, Holy Spirit, just like it says God, Christ, man. There are ways to set things in order. And in this order, the military is the one that's supposed to take orders, not give orders.
I have a question for you. In your opinion, for what you're saying right now, what y'all are talking about, what is the difference? What do you believe the difference is? And when you said that time that the Congress walked out, they walked out and then they reconvened under something different, some different, I think, constitution or something, maybe in the word you used.
A
So,
corporate capitalist society.
so
That's what
how
the
is
new
what you're
Constitution.
saying? So how is what you're saying right now? How would that be different than if it never did change? If there wasn't some change when they walked out and came back in?
Because before that, sovereignty was left in the people. Now it's chained to the state. And everybody believes the sovereignty comes from the state. No, it doesn't. That's the false patriarch. That is the wrong house. Again, set thine house in order. When you set thine house in order, there is no political house. Where did the political house come from? It came from the wages of war, not peace.
Can you state that question again? Because I had something I wanted to say, but
I did where he was talking about what you guys are talking about and how things are and like
uh-huh.
stepping forward or doing whatever is the
That's
fact
what
that
my point was. Yeah. Here's my point with that. I don't spend a lot of time concerning myself with that aspect of what Keith talked about, and maybe that happened, maybe it didn't. I don't know. But my point would be, if something changed there, they didn't change the rules. They didn't change that the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution are still the higher laws of the land. The Northwest Ordinance, and there's one other. The one other goes in there as part of the alleged statutes at large. Whatever. There's still, the language is still there. The people are still sovereign. The people, the government's still here to serve them. That all that language is there. If they really change something, then why didn't they change the words? Why are the words still there? Every state constitution will tell you the people are free and we're grateful to God for our liberties, not the government. And now the government's taken over this sort of, yeah, it's crazy. So change the words then. If all men aren't created equal, let's get rid of that pesky document. Let's get that off of being any government anything. So, this whole thing it's a big lie, because they're allegedly the government for the people here, but they're not doing anything for the people. So again, change it. If I'm going to be your slave, put it in writing that I'm your slave. Don't tell me I'm this free guy and then treat me like a slave. I get it. The whole thing's been turned upside down, but the words aren't making sense about what we're living with. Does that make sense?
That's why I think that what Keith was talking about may be one of the reasons why. When that thing happened or whatever happened, maybe that's one of the reasons why. Now, it's not making sense when it comes down to it, when you're trying to like do certain things. They changed a certain, it's kind of like what you were saying earlier. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Oh, that it's like, what does the word person mean, or what does the word individual mean, or what does the word God then represent? And if they change that, and if they say, yeah, you're a free man under God, well, if they did something that changed that definition of God in a legal corporate faction or fiction, whatever you want to call it, is to claim now God is the government, therefore you're only free within that that system of like the government, as in, yeah, you're free, only free enough to do what we demand you to do, and if you don't, it's kind of like, why would anybody throw somebody in jail for not signing a birth certificate for their child that they just did? Why would anybody ever do that? Something had to change. Something changed, and that's just what I was feeling in this conversation. Is maybe that's it, and how communication does good for people is that just in that communication. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to research it, or somebody would know that if that really did make that change, that if we understand that, if it did, then maybe we can adjust some of the stuff we're doing and get a better understanding of how to move forward instead of staying in confusion.
Well, I don't think I'm confused, because I can read and I can comprehend what it says. What I'm confused about is how other people cannot read that and say and follow the things they're supposed to do. And even when you call them on it, even when you say, hey, look, your job says this. Can I get you to do this? Oh, that's not my job. What? Yeah, it would be like if, let's just say, you were rich and you're going to hire a bunch of servants, and you hire those servants to come in and take care of your house, and after a little while, those servants decide you're going to serve them, and they take over. Well, yeah, what do you do with that? And then suddenly you've got this gang of 15 people forcing you how to follow their rules, not the other way around. And that's why it's turned upside down. And I don't know how we right that ship. I don't have the answers, unfortunately. I just know that there's something very, very wrong here.
And I agree with you. I'm not. It's really weird, because it's not against you in any way. Am I speaking? But when you said I'm not confused, and then you go, but what confuses me is when people can't do their job. It's like, I'm not meaning it as a degradation to your character or something. It's just that even when you said yourself, what confuses me is these other people. Is like, I've been in a room and just tried to get something simple done, right? And next thing I know, there's 5 sheriff deputies surrounding me. And it's like me trying to figure out, they're going, if you don't give us that paper you have, we're going to basically do bad things to you. And you go, no, I got this paper. They just gave me this paper. How could some individual give me a piece of paper, and before I can turn around and leave, there's 5 sheriff deputies surrounded me wanting that paper back out of my hand? It's like, something had to happen. That's just what I'm saying, because that's happened just in my experience. It's like, how could that piece of paper have been so important that 5 deputies now want it back from a person that gave it to me in official capacity?
Well, that's why
that
my
has a
claim
right.
has been against the bar, because that's a bar takeover right there. These people are following orders from some lawyer or judge or both telling them what to do. That's
Yep.
really all that's going on there.
Absolutely agree. These people are low level catchers, and they're allowed to catch whatever they can, and the liability goes up the line, and nobody's got actual immunity, but that's what they play. And so they all cover each other's asses with all this bullshit rhetoric. It's like the warrants. If you understood that 99% of those warrants are not valid, um, you'd understand. It would obviously be because you would understand both the Fourth and Fifth Amendments. Um, they're not supposed to be bringing any living soul to any of those courts unless they convened a grand jury and brought down an indictment. Otherwise, it goes to that representative we were talking about under the UCC. It's a commercial forum. It's a corporate court. And therefore, you're supposed to be bringing in people that are representatives for a corporate action and not for a crime. This is why their civil rules of procedure, Rule 2, says there's one form of action, civil. There are no criminal actions in these courts. These are Article 1 administrative courts. If you're going to use a Article 3 court, it has to be a grand jury indictment, and that is the actual only way you can convict somebody of a crime in reality. But what we have today is a system that is converting commerce to crime and then convicting everybody. 95% of the people that go into those courts are being convicted under an Article 1 corporate court for something that is not applicable to a living soul. So let's take a look at this. Extraordinary says an individual or non-individual. Says the previous one, in context, are you a man or a person? Both of those are nouns. So mine is neither. Living soul is the phrase I use. And I get that from scripture. Genesis 2:7, where God formed man of the dust of the ground. And when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that man became a living soul. Man is a noun. Living soul is a noun phrase. One is a stationary, non-moving noun. The other, the noun phrase, uses living. It's a verbal action. Therefore, it is a noun in motion. Okay? So let's take a look at 1 U.S.C. 1. Words denoting number, gender, and so forth. In determining the meaning of any act of Congress, unless the context indicates otherwise, and this goes to the justum generis thing we were talking about earlier, they have to be of the same kind. Words importing the singular include and apply to several persons, parties, or things. Words importing the plural include the singular. So words importing the singular include the plural, and words importing the plural include the singular. Words importing the masculine gender include the feminine as well. Words used in the present tense include the future as well as the present. The words insane and insane person shall include every idiot, insane person, and person non compos mentis. There's that thing you were talking about, English and Latin. They should not be using Latin in English construction.
But there's proof right there that we aren't persons because we have minds. We can think. We are not that. We are not any of those three. So if that's all it includes, we're none of that. There's your defense of against being a person right there, right in their first word.
Yep.
Right where their insanity begins, because this shit's insane in this in this 1 U.S.C. 1.
And then the next one, the words person and whoever include corporations, companies, associations, firms, partnerships, societies. You guys understand that one?
How am I
Society.
like a society? Yes, you're coming around to Justin generis, but yes, how am I like a society in my own little thing? What does that work?
And joint
Well,
stock companies, as well as individuals. So person and individual is the same thing. Person and whoever is the same thing. Person and corporation is the same thing. Person and company, same thing, guys. These
Person
are
and joint
all,
stock corporation. I love that one. That's a good one.
yeah,
Joint stock corporation.
these are all adjustum generis. They fit within the same parameter. That's what they're telling you here. So individual is the same as person. I wouldn't use either one. I'm not a person. I have a person. I have several persons. El Perro here on YouTube is a person. Each one of my profiles is a person. Yes, include means to exclude everything else. So when they use the word include, it means if it's not in here, then everything else outside of here is not included. It's excluded. That's the law of excluded middle in logic. Come on up, Pat. And here I am says, yep, they violate the second commandment. If you ask me, it's witchcraft and punishable by death. Oh, no man anything but to love one another, for to love one another is to fulfill the law. So you're supposed to love the Creator and love thy neighbor as thyself.
I have a question for you, Keith.
Of
Since
course,
you
it's
were reading
witchcraft.
that,
They're in black robes.
when you were saying that God created man, and you're saying that man is a noun, but yet in the scripture it says God created man. So so we were never born, or we didn't exist in the creation of man. So is that some reason why too? Like all the personage or individuals are actually dead, right? Do you actually have
Well,
to be dead for them to be able to put the ledger against you or something like that? Right?
well,
That's
we,
not
well, we
okay.
have to remember God didn't create the English language. God didn't create Hebrew. Man did. And in that, man is the one that created the word man. Man is the one that created all these nouns and everything. Okay. When it comes to life itself, it is ever in motion. That is a verb. That's why when people ask me who am I, it's not who am I, it's what am I. A who is a person.
From the chemist's point of view, equilibrium equals death. So yes, there's always motion going in between there to maintain disequilibrium, if you will.
Yeah, and that's what people get. They think they're seeking comfort. And when they're seeking comfort, they're seeking that equilibrium. So it's a nice balanced ride, no ups and downs, and they just go smoothly along in life. That's not life, folks. Life is an out of balance, and it teaches you how to balance by observing. When you observe the future coming up as an uphill, you prepare for it. When you observe the future as a downhill, you prepare for it. One, you prepare for acceleration. The other, you prepare for a break. It provides different actions, not words. I don't care how many words you speak. It will never motivate me. What motivates me is the actions. Patrick says, OTW News 333 says, NAM most commonly refers to the non-aligned movement, a form of 121 developing nations plus observers found in 1961 to maintain neutrality during the Cold War and promote the interests of developing countries. Led by Uganda 2024-2027, it focuses on sovereignty and global equality. And this is an important point too, folks, because that's what we mentioned earlier. When the states see themselves as a sovereign, and people don't understand that the states don't get their sovereign power except through the people. So the states are not sovereign. They are not the sovereign. they maintain a level or amount of sovereignty based on the people. It comes from no other source. And like I've said many times, I am not the credit. I am merely a pass through. It passes through me. So my level of sovereignty is much higher than most because I don't censor. I don't believe in censoring. If a man wants to come out with a threat, let him threaten. Life itself will take care of those people. They will either succeed in their threat or they'll be succumbed by that threat. Actions speak louder than words every time. And I'm not going to sit here and believe that somebody else can say something that's going to hurt me. I'm going to be the guy that's going to wait until they take action. But when they take action, I've already prepared. I'm not the one that's going to get sucker punched. Even if you plan on sucker punching me, you've already given me fair warning through your threats. Okay. Bring it, big boy. This is one of the things I learned in prison, consequently. 120 pounds, people making threats, then do it. Otherwise, you're just, come on up, Pat. Fuck, I know you got enough to say. But yeah, it's a matter of, again, like the scripture says, know thyself. And most people are distracted from themselves in this popularity contest. Again, back to the brick in the wall. Teacher, leave those kids alone. Many of us are aligned to just follow directions. Be part of that popularity contest, and you can climb that ladder. I'm not here to climb a ladder. I'm here to do what I'm supposed to do as a natural being, and I'm not going to sit there and let some other natural being pose that they have authority over me to prevent me to doing what I believe in my heart I'm supposed to do. How you doing, Patrick?
Greetings. Mic check.
Sound
Check.
great. Sound great.
Check. Greetings.
And here I am, says God is the sovereign. His people are sovereign through him. Those not in the Father can't be sovereign, and all graven images created through the beast cannot be sovereign. Mankind is mostly blinded. Absolutely agree. What do you guys think?
Well, essentially the digital paper trail that is kind of like identifying you as that entity that comes from the beast, right? That's what it's talking about. It's the corporate entity that has been superimposed upon your living soul to, in other words, to actually for you to be dead, right? Because they can't operate with a living soul; they have to operate with dead entities, which are corporations. Hence the word corpse, right? Corpse.
Well,
I've also heard it said they're all probate courts, and
right,
I don't know about the truth of that.
Well, they're all probate courts, they're all tax courts, blah, blah, blah. They all practice multiple jurisdictions. But when it comes to corpse, let's understand, folks. Patrick, I need you to understand this. It does not mean dead, and I know you know this. Look it up. It means body. It never once states that corpse means dead body. It means body.
Right. Okay. So there is a little there's a distinction there, but it can mean that the body is non-living as much as it is as it's living. It's like
right, but understand when we're talking about corporation, we're talking about the second part. It's body oration. It's the oral speaking. And that can't be done by anybody but a man, a living soul. Does that make sense?
Of course.
When we think about speaking, we think about oral or verbal. Which one is which? Oral is the speaking. Verbal is when you speak into action. In other words, I'm giving a directive. I say, go wash my car to my son. He goes and washes. That's a corporation. Okay. There's another corporation where I can say, well, my son washed my car last week. That's a corporation, but it's on the past. It's not built on the present or the future.
So, in other words, the living word is essentially based on the present moment, if I understand
Of
that
course.
correctly.
Yeah,
Correct.
because anything else is hearsay afterwards.
Arctic Timberwolf, another great one. What is this shit? Well, it's real shit. It's real talk. And if you had any heart about you, you wouldn't be running your mouth in the chat. So do what you will. So anyway, that's corporation as well.
It's funny because Arctic Timberwolf is different on panel than he is in chat. I noticed that.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want to come up on my panel. He wants to run around in chats and badmouth me and stuff. So that's
And
okay.
he's
That's
a
your
pretty smart
corporation.
dude, as from what I heard him. I hear him talk, and he's not stupid.
Not if
But
he's got rhetoric like that. I wouldn't believe a word he says.
when he's in chat, it's like a completely different person. It's just like it's mind blowing sometimes when you notice these things.
Yeah, because what
But
I
yeah,
was thinking of that same thing as like what he would just text there in that troll aspect, just to see what people are thinking or what somebody would say to that as an intelligent aspect. When you were saying earlier, it's written that to know thyself is. I really think that everybody does know themselves, and the only reason that they project that onto somebody else is because they can't accept it with within themselves, right? Because I don't think that there's anybody that doesn't know themselves. I think everybody knows themselves.
I I don't. I think many people are very fucking confused. Hit that link, Joe. Come on up.
I
We're
would
getting
I
ready to
would
go.
admit that
Getting
for
ready.
the very
We're getting ready to go over some police videos here shortly. Go ahead, Dean.
I'd admit for the earlier years of my life, I didn't know who I was. I spent a lot of time being afraid and questioning pretty much everything around me, and not being able to figure it out for a long. And I don't think I got anything figured out. I got even less probably figured out now. But the point was, it was very debilitating for many years of my life.
Yep. And Arctic Timberwolf says, "You're the heartless one. You hate me because I say the truth." I don't hate you, brother. I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. What I hate is the things we say and do to each other. And as far as heartless one, I'm the one up here on panel. The link's down there. Click it. Come on up. Otherwise, you're the heartless one. If you really had something on mind and you really had a real beef, you'd come up and we'd sort it out.
So we're heartless for wanting people to really understand and know and be as free as they can be.
No, he's
That's
talking
what
to
all
me.
this is about. This is about
He's talking.
wanting to empower people, not enslave people, because we're already got the enslavement part.
Yeah, but it's not a us thing here. He's talking specifically to me. He's got a butthurt thing about me. I don't know what it is, and I don't care. Heartless, prove it. Otherwise, it shows that you not coming up and clicking that link and talking about it like a real man is the heartless one. So prove the lie. If I'm a liar, then come up and expose me for the lie I am. I've said this so many times. Come show me for the liar I am. I'm waiting. Been doing this for years, folks. Ain't no one come up and pose that I'm a liar yet. Ain't no one come up to do that. Even Paul tried to do that. Come up on panel. Matter of fact, it was OTW's channel when I came up one time a while back and asked him what the lie was. And he said, well, it wasn't a physical lie. Then there is no such thing. Trying to move the goalposts by putting something else. It wasn't a physical lie on it. You're just trying to explain something away. You're moving goalposts, projecting. Until you come up here and address it, you keep spouting your mouth. That's all you're doing. In the meantime, guys, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link. Let me pull that up real quick again for anybody who wants to share some love. Try to get my StreamYard up again. And we're going to take a look at some police videos here. Let me pull my screen share up. And we're just going to go through some police videos, and you guys pick out which ones you want to watch. Says police surprise college student at his door after terrorizing roommates. This one's 15 and a half minutes long. You guys just put in the chat whether you want, which one you want to watch. I'll be keeping an eye on it. Keith, if your measure a real man is clicking a link, then you're truly not a real man. No, what I'm saying is your preference or your presentment that I am a liar and what was it? Let me see here. Heartless falls on its face unless you can come up and prove it. Otherwise, you keep spouting shit that nobody else knows and they don't have any evidence of it except your opinion. So if you want your opinion to become truth, then come up and express it in evidence. Give facts. Otherwise, police release video from Tiger Woods' latest rollover crash. Let's see him as he tries to explain that. Then we've got 4 teens try killing cop after chase. We'll probably take a look at that one. And unless you guys have a specific video you want, let me know. I'll be glad to pull that up too. I accuse you of not having a heart. Well, come up and explain it. Prove that you've got a heart. Prove that you've got a heart. Prove your heart is big enough you can come up and have a real discussion of a supposed real issue and get it resolved. That's what takes heart. So in the meantime, let's take a look. What did I do? I quit my screen share. My apologies. Okay.
You're gonna face my car. Make sure and push your hands behind your back. Place them behind your back. There you go. So at this time, I do believe your normal faculties are impaired, okay? And you're under the unknown substance.
I do believe your normal faculties are impaired. Okay, now this might be something that could be objectively viewable, but in this society, it is only qualified, I believe, when it's a medical licensed practitioner making a medical determination. So you're a clown for my entertainment, you bozo. What makes you think I would want to have a serious conversation with someone like you? Well, let's take care of that. Let's take care of that.
Well, bye, Arctic.
I was thinking you were going to play one of those clown things, a good one. You know what I mean? One of your shorts.
Well, I kind of saw where that was going.
Yeah, I could, but that's not this. I'm not an entertainment platform here. Short Bus Podcast TV? Oh, yeah.
That's right. My bad.
How you doing, Jeeps? How you doing, Jeeps? Anybody's welcome to click the link. Anyone's welcome to click the link. You got comments? Bring them up. Otherwise, bye-bye, Arctic. In the meantime, let's get back to the video.
Well, here, hold on a second. Like, in this video, what was the reason for pulling the man over? It's like, what is this, a roadblock or something?
No, I believe he was in a rollover crash, is what it says.
Oh.
So he actually rolled his vehicle, and they came up, oh, it's Tiger Woods again.
It's Tiger Woods?
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, did you? I mean,
Coming back from a game of golf.
well, look at his leg down here. Are these some fucking chicken legs or what?
No, that's golf clothes. He's wearing
Yeah, but
kind of
look how
like.
skinny
He's coming from the
calf.
19th hole.
Oh yeah,
Well,
he's got
he
skinny legs
ain't
there.
got-
Yeah,
Yeah, he ain't got no muscle structure on his
it's
legs.
kind
I
of
mean,
like frog legs. He's got frog
Yeah.
legs.
my legs are better built than that.
Do you have anything on you that's going to poke stick or press?
I'll give it to his neighbor. Nothing on you I need to know about guns, knife, bomb, drugs, anything that poke, stick, or stab me? Nope. Okay. Can you spread your legs for me?
So boring. You would think being about a sports star, how many views does it have? 11,000 views in one day. Got 211 thumbs up from the East Idaho News.
So he did a rollover with his vehicle.
Yep.
What was he driving?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I was hoping they'd show it, but maybe we'll find another. That.
Get a bag?
Yeah.
Yeah, this bag. Yeah, that's a narco. Narco? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nothing exciting there. I thought we'd get something out of Tiger Woods there, but no, just another rollover accident. You hush, you're not that bad off.
Did he hit anybody or something, or was just him?
Just him, another rollover.
Okay, so they didn't. They okay, maybe, but I mean, it's like if there's no. It's like, what are they going to charge him for in reality? Like, you know, obviously they could charge him for drinking and driving and all that stuff, like that we know of. But in real reality, since there's no injured party, you know,
correct.
He should be like, he should just walk away from this, you know, without even a tap on the wrist, you know.
Correct, because it's a corporate charge. It's what I was saying earlier with federal rules of civil procedure. There's only one form of action, civil, and that's for Article 1 courts. So when you go to Article 3 courts, if there's an injured party, then there must be a grand jury indictment first before you can go picking somebody up and putting them in handcuffs and arresting them, warrant or no warrant.
Exactly, because right now they're probably going to charge him with drinking and driving or whatever or not, but they didn't even have the jurisdiction, you know, to make that charge or to put that charge on him in the first place.
Correct.
So their actual job was to come to his aid and not arrest him.
Bingo. As a corporate structure, when they ask for that ID, that's a corporate entity they're looking for. They're looking for corporate actions, and they don't even know this. This is the way the law is structured.
I've noticed that too. Yeah.
Right, and they don't know that. They think that ID, and they themselves, most of these officers themselves will say, yeah, that's me when it comes to the ID thing, because they don't know themselves. So it's a big problem that's been propounded year after year after year. The more we keep putting these dummies in office and in positions to have that authority without knowing themselves, that's the epitome of an idiotic society being led by idiots. You know, the blind leading the blind, the deaf speaking to the deaf. It's very a limited thing, but yet it's rampant in chaos. So now we've got 14s try killing cop after chase. And this was from 3 months ago. This is from Police Insider.
I have a question on what you were talking about. It just hit me in the head. when you say we keep putting the idiots in office, it's like if because they should have been coming to his aid, but they don't know what the ID is for. So
But they're not taught that in school. They're taught to brutalize and treat everybody as a criminal. That's what they're taught in their, like, here you have to go to college to be a police officer, but it's not even an actual diploma. It's a technique. It's like it's a 14-month.
Tactic.
Yeah, it's like it's an it's a college diploma, but it's not. You don't have to do all of the, like, the French, the math, and all of these other courses that you have to take. It's like it's a condensed course, and it's meant to show you how to manhandle people and essentially intimidate them. And it's literally like they teach them how to be pieces of shit. In other words, right? Okay, and they don't teach them anything about law at all. Like none whatsoever. It's that's
Yeah,
what's it's
yeah, it's
crazy.
literally, it's literally military tactic training. And Extraordinary says it was a DUI arrest for refusing a breath test with narco in his pocket. It's a danger to society. And Jeep says, what's narco? Narcotics, whether they be prescribed or not. Narcotics.
so is those
So
colleges that they go to public funded or is it private that the police go to and get trained to do that?
no, these
That
are
the
private. These are private training, police training sessions put on by um, business entities that work with police departments. They're not going to go out there and give you um, tactical training to the general public. They're specifically designed and in business to provide that stuff for police departments, and it's false training. It's retired cops that believe they know tactics on how to subdue subjects and stuff and suspects, and most of the tactics that they use when it gets to Supreme Courts in civil rights violations, most of them are found to be not so kosher. You know, like putting your knee on the back of a man's neck. No, they're not supposed to be doing that. There's all kinds of things that they're being trained to do that the courts disagree with. Say, no, 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 you can't. You're not supposed to be doing that. Oh, well, I didn't know. I was trained that way. Well, that's the problem. People go ahead and take the training and don't understand the law and then go and force their training. If they understood the law, they wouldn't accept the bullshit training.
Right. Just like Guns N' Roses was an overglorified garage band. Well, I mean, these policemen are actually overglorified security guards.
right,
Absolutely.
because they're supposed to be law enforcers, not training enforcers.
Right. So in other words, they're security guards for their own private company, right?
Yep.
Because here in
And
Quebec, the policemen are actually hired and paid by a private company.
And real quick, a promo break. Please hit that PayPal link. Help a brother out. Trying to get the StreamYard back up. It expired through our wrongful eviction here on low funds. Can't do it ourselves. So any love is always appreciated. Every little bit helps. And let's get into the next one. We got teenagers tried killing a cop after a chase. And I've got one here coming up. Police officer was kidnapped. Will be the next one. Let me speed this up just a little bit.
Those aren't wanted criminals, but children aged 12 to 16 who had just
12 to 16, guys. 12 to 16. So do you think they really tried killing cops?
I don't think so.
Well, we're going to find out. But that's the way it's posed. 14s try killing cop after chase. So let's see how much this and this channel is, again, Police Insider. Let's see how well Police Insider does in putting forth the truth.
stolen a car. Watch as they take police on a run and even try to kill one of them.
Occupied 3 times. Young male black juveniles.
Hey, Key,
1270 East.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, can you put us on the side? Because it's like I can't see the video. Can you take our like pictures and put us up on the side? There we go. Thank you.
Do I have anybody up by 71?
No. Damn it.
Long 54 route over there.
I'll try 70 here at 71.
So already I'm wondering why he's pulling him over.
They're pulling over for now. 270, just west of 71 south.
270 west of 70.
Shut the vehicle off! Driver, shut the vehicle off!
Well, now we know why why he's going to chase him, but I'm still waiting to hear why they were pulling him over initially.
All right, they're just fled from me, and the back passenger leaned out of the car, pointed his finger at me. 71 north, they're leaning out the vehicle still. I can't see if they have anything in their hands.
The kids were able to outrun the officer, but with the help of flock security cameras, another patrol unit soon located them parked at a gas station and called for
Flock is going to fuck you up. Do not run from the police. They have this internet all over the concrete now. Every inch of it is surveilled. Do not run from the police. I don't care how fast your car is. They will most likely catch you because the cameras are up ahead of you.
backup. What happened next was nothing short of a movie scene.
I think it's backed into a handicapped spot in Turkey Hill. I'm about 90% sure this is the vehicle. Let me know when you're close and I'll try and swoop it.
Hands up! Hands up! Put your fucking hands up! Put your fucking hands up! Put your hands up!
I'll kill you. Stop now. I will kill you.
Oh, yeah. There you go. I will fucking kill you. How outrageous. Does anybody else have a problem with this?
Actually, I do.
Yeah.
He didn't really do anything. He didn't, he's just trying to escape, which is like that. He should be shot for trying to escape.
Oh, yeah. But to make threats right out front that I will kill you. That is not the rhetoric we expect from our police officers. We expect them to be able to take that action if the force is necessary. But at this point, stepping in front of the vehicle is not necessary either. You've got 3 vehicles there blocking him in. And yeah, he might create some damage. And there is victims in that. But again, I'm going back to when they started pulling him over. Should they have been pulling him over? And in this case, yeah, they looked kind of young, didn't they? That's the only reason I could think of why they would pull him over. But again, this is America. We have some pretty young-looking adults out here. So again, it comes to the discernment. And in this case, obviously, yeah, he's right. Young minors in the car, pull him over. I can see that. But at this point, again, understanding that they're minors, I don't think their intent is to kill anybody. I think their intent is to get away with what they can and test their boundaries. All kids do this.
Yes. Trying to kill my partner? Yes. No, I'm not. Stop.
Trying to kill my partner? Yes. Stop. No, he wasn't trying to kill your partner. He was trying to escape.
Put him up. Put him up. Come here. Stay here.
All right, I'm getting out. I'm open.
There you go. You're gonna stay right there. Hey, cover him. Don't move. Actually, put it in park.
Okay.
Put it in park. You put it in park. All right.
Y'all
Good.
just expecting to say it was
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't get to the gear shift. It's still in drive. Try the back seat. Try the back.
When you gonna bring my arm?
I ain't gonna break your arm. I'm just holding on to you so you don't try to put it in drive again.
I feel like
You already tried to drive over my partner one time.
I feel like you want to snap.
You already tried to pull over my partner one time, and I'm only going to give you one of those. I ain't letting go while my partner's in the back seat. Well, I'll let go here in just a second.
We don't got nothing on it.
Can you do me a favor? Yeah. Hold on to this. Hold on to this arm so you can't put it in here.
Y'all gonna end up breaking my arm. Come on, Mom.
It ain't moving. No, can't. It's peeled.
It's 79797.
Step out. Step out.
I can't.
Step out. Turn around. Turn around.
Put your phone down. Keep your hands up.
No, bro. And don't point that gun at my brother. All right, bro. Y'all got to go ahead. Go into it.
Yeah, you're not much of a place to be making demands here, kid. That's kind of dumb too, you know. But again, these are kids that are pushing boundaries, and I understand today's state of emergency in all of these young thugs. But come on, let's be real. How much of a military government policing society do we have as well? I mean, it kind of counterbalances it. I think we have more criminal police than we have criminal teens. My opinion.
Well,
go ahead.
I didn't see any attempt from the kids to try to, unalive a police officer in this context at all. Like, I don't know where the other police is. Probably because he knows he has his chest cam on, so he's trying to, find an excuse to in case he had to shoot the kid.
Yeah, and that's just hype from the title, and of course they used what the officer said in there to hype that title. But again, this is a draw for drama, and again, it's people escalating things far beyond what they need to. Yes, these children shouldn't have been out there driving. Yes, the officer had a reason to pull them over for that. But to escalate it beyond that, come on, this is juvenile offense. Might even be theft if they stole the car, obviously, being minors. But again, where does it get to the point that we escalate something like this to a matter of death? I mean, he's in a handicapped stall parking spot, blocked in by multiple vehicles. And then you try to say because he tried moving forward and escaping that he actually tried to kill you, and you stepped in front of the vehicle. How many dumb decisions are made here, and how many dumb comments are made? It's pathetic. People really need to get in line.
Well, how do you think they really could have mitigated the damages, right? Because, I mean, just in that whole aspect of once the teenagers there started creating damage on property, the police just decided to join in and like smash that car into the car next to it. It's like, in whether
they caused more damage than the kids did.
Right. If they would have just followed those kids, let them do whatever in some way to mitigate the damage, because the kids were stupid for not just like leaving the car and splitting, right? They should have. They should have been long gone before the
cops parked it there and get the fuck out of the car.
Yeah.
And just walk away, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Not only that, but you have to remember flock, right? So flock is not just a matter of camera setups, but it's an information data system that will track exactly where that plate belongs, and they can go to the owner, say, "Hey, did you know your car is over here?"
Right, and a lot of insurance companies actually have you install a chip, right? Because it's connected to the computer of the car, and it'll tell the via like satellite or whatever, like it'll tell the company how many miles you did, if you went over the limit, if you didn't do your stops and shit like that. The insurance company can detect all of that, and it also can tell you where your car is, right? So they,
Yeah. And that's one of the things about the flock cameras is that when it becomes a digitalized system, what they're trying to set up is that very digital system where you no longer will be necessitated to be stopped by a police officer on the side of the road, but rather they can send you a ticket in the mail, say, hey, show up at court or we're coming to this address to get you. See what I'm saying? They're digitalizing it so they can do it through a communication system rather than in a physical involvement system. So if you get caught running a stop sign through that flock system, the flock system will automate the policing. It'll say, send out a notice to this person, and they violated. It's no longer a matter of an officer seeing them, but a camera digitizing it and then saying, okay, well, we're going to initiate the communication without a roadside stop.
Yeah. And on top of that, they've like pretty much showing us in movies and everything how that system works, right? It's like it's very, very efficient and extremely fast. It's like it doesn't take much time to find the target.
But I think that's just as bad as them going to get Tiger, right? It's actually worse because like Tiger has a rollover, they should be there assisting him. But now look out, all your taxes and fines are going to come to your mailbox.
Well, that would have happened for 30 years ago, 30, 40 years ago. The cops would have, called the ambulance, and Tiger Woods would have left in the ambulance, and nothing, like they wouldn't have had all of these things, like test, breathalyzer test, and all of this shit. They wouldn't even. No, Mr. Tiger Woods, we'll call an ambulance. Are you okay? What happened? It's like that. I think today it's the people that they hire don't have a heart. You know what I'm saying? It's like
right. I think they're using it wrong because those cameras shouldn't be done to send you victimless freaking crime revenue or taxation when you created no victim. But the point that they should be used for is like if somebody like grabbed your car, like caused harm, and they use that to find property and use it to come to your assistance in that aspect. They'd be using it to come to your assistance, not using it to like find some more ways to get revenue.
Yeah, and that's the main mechanism for the physical involvement of police officers, revenue. And now the digitized system is still going to create revenue, but they can do it with less clock hours. You see what I'm saying?
Orange hat needs detained too.
No, bro, what you mean?
He walked out of the car.
No, he didn't.
Really?
He didn't. Oh, now he's trying to go over here. Hey, I don't got no shoes on. Hey, big TRS, big shit, bro. Big 100 boys, even 100. Hey, big TRS, big shit, bro. Hey, keep it 100. Hey, bro, listen, I'm getting right back out, dog. Keep it 100. Big TRS, big shit, dog. Keep it 100. Big 100 boys.
What's in the back seat of this car?
2 of the other juveniles involved had already stepped out of the car before police found them, but they were soon discovered and taken into custody. The 4 were aged 12, 13, 15, and 16, yet they didn't
imagine that.
Show even a hint of regret for what they had done.
Keep your hands up. Stay right there. You with me? Yeah. See what call over? Yes, I am. Yep.
Yo, man, we do what we got to do to survive out here.
Your hands where I can see?
100%, bro. 100%, bro. And that's because these people haven't, they're kids yet. They haven't learned regret. They haven't lived long enough to learn regret. Of course,
but the police
regret.
The police talk just like the kids do.
Yeah, where do you think the kids get it?
You come on out here. When you come out of the car, you're going to face right this way, okay? Nope, hands up. Face right this way. Like that. Right, there you go. Palms together. Yeah. Yeah. Is this your car? Yes. There's a bunch of stuff in that back seat. Oh, yeah. It's from before that was on. careful sitting down. It's a hard seat.
Oh boy, got man boobs already.
There you go. You good? Yes, sir. Right. Yeah, we're really sorry that happened to your car. We'll of course take a police report. We'll get all the information that we can about these guys.
That's
this is
the
a stolen
owner?
car, but they stole out of Grove City, like just a little bit ago. Do you have your information for the car?
It's,
Like
it's my
registration?
fiance's. I don't.
Okay.
I think it's at home. I don't even think it's in the car.
Okay.
I think it's.
Is it registered to her?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to pull up maybe some information about her so that we can get that going?
He's trying to ram you guys?
He tried to run me over. He was ramming the cars, and then I had to put my car in. He looked at me, put it in gear, and drove right at me.
You're coming with me. Let's go.
Oh, you stepped in front of him.
Right, exactly.
That's
What a fucking lying piece of shit. We all saw it on the footage. It's like, what? Fucking liar.
Step out.
Can I get my shoes? Can I get my shoes?
No. You get your shoes later.
What you mean?
Why are you laughing, dude?
Cause dog, you almost just broke my arm.
I didn't break anything.
Yeah, you did. Shut up.
Have a seat.
You guys just about almost broke my arm. Yeah, you stole a car and wrecked a couple others.
How old are you?
Well, I mean, he didn't really wreck a couple of others. It was well, he did, but the cops helped a lot with wrecking the vehicles. It's like
yeah, it's a matter of that discernment again. You know, if you're gonna pull up and block a car in, and you know he can't get out, then why would you step in front of the car? Why wouldn't you just go to the driver's side? Some of this stuff is just so insane. I don't know how people get away with it, but it's part of that dumbing down of society to believe that the police are your authority. Keith, the police are your authority, even though I taught you through all the church upbringing that God is your authority.
right.
You know?
It's just because they have flashing lights and clown cars and clown suits doesn't mean that they're your authority. Right?
Exactly. So we have to understand that there's a disconnection there first and foremost, because most people will reject authority when they're this age. So again, it's not a matter of, well, he didn't regret it, because he hasn't learned regret. That's what they're learning now. They're going to learn, hopefully, that their actions cost them more than the fun that they thought they were having. Unlikely though, because of the distaste that many Americans have in their mouth already. These kids probably go home to mom and dad, and mom and dad will be on their side. As insane as that sounds, and unrighteous as it is.
And that's the catch-22 though, right? Because we all do know that, like, you know, they could go home and that dude's dad could be whooping his butt for no reason at all. And that's why that kid's acting out, because he has an abusive parent.
Well, yeah, and that's part of it. The abusive parent stuff is just the tip of the iceberg. The abuse is people allowing their children to get away with this kind of stuff. These are kids that are in a car that they should have never been in. And where the parental oversight is, I don't know. I know I had it when I was younger, but it seems like parents are letting their kids run around in the streets nowadays, when that was the main thing I was taught as a little child you don't do. And kids are being taught to walk in the street by adults walking in the middle of the street. You know, and it's just, it goes against every grain of doing what is right, which is a simple thing. Doing what is right is actually very simple, but it's convoluted so much with our parents who think because they got away with something that they can just instill it in their children. They're going to be able to get away with the same kind of shit. And that's what I see. Let's see.
Well, plus it's like what we were talking about at the beginning of this. It's like you think it's sometimes simple, right? Because a lot of people say it's simple, but what that other person was saying is like him talking to his friends and is like, man, I ain't got time to do that, the right thing, or, the right thing is to stand up or to speak up. And people are just comfortable in their life. So, sometimes that simple thing to certain people isn't that simple.
And yeah, and it's one of those things that we're going to find ourselves in a position of another civil war. People that want to take their argument to the streets is a bad spot. And the next video I've got is going to show us that. This was from last week, Cincinnati. Cincinnati police respond to unruly crowds on opening day. Video shows chaos. What are the police going to do? And this is a small gathering compared to what we can gather in as a body of people.
Boy, this is not what you want to see or expect on opening day in Cincinnati. A dangerous and disappointing end to the night.
And this is just one of the violent incidents police have been dealing with tonight. A line of officers there being rushed by a group of people down there at the banks.
And that's just one of the incidents. We are leading the way tonight with that breaking news as a day of celebration in Cincinnati.
This is the line of police that they're talking about. How is that little line of police going to hold back all those people? In these kind of situations where you don't have that military armament, what's going to happen? Sure, it gets to a civil unrest and violent situation where many people may be killed, but I guarantee you the police are going to be succumbed. There's no way that this police line can hold enough authority to hold back the rest of those people. So how good is your authority?
Cincinnati turns into sheer chaos tonight. So many incidents this evening. Cincinnati police have called in the SWAT and critical response teams. Thanks for joining us here after the game. I'm Cherie Palillo.
And I'm Mike Dardis. The opening day party boiling over, as you saw. Police sources telling us tonight that all night long, dozens of officers have actually been requesting their shields. WLBT News 5's Aaron Thomas on it for us live at the banks. Problems, Aaron.
Yeah, Mike, sure. Of course, it continues to be an active night for CPD officers. I want to set the scene for you. So, of course, turning your attention to this scene that just broke out just within the past 10 minutes or so, there was a fight that broke out, and then we saw some officers place at least 2 people in handcuffs. Now, one of those people, they've since been released from those handcuffs, but we did see those officers rush from across the street. They've been keeping guard here along Marion Spencer Way, blocking any other foot traffic from coming over here, and that's because of a fight that broke out, or several fights rather, that broke out earlier this evening. I want to call your attention to this video that you're watching right now. Video shared with WOWT showing some of the chaos at the banks, including a massive crowd swarming a line of officers. You can take a look and see for yourself. People pushing and shoving, falling over each other, and even some fights, many fights breaking out. Viewers also posting online videos that appear to show officers being assaulted, prompting the SWAT team and a critical response team to be called in. Now, the banks is just one area where police have had to respond to unruly crowds. Officers reporting problems at Fountain Square as well as Washington Park. Take a listen to police radio traffic highlighting just some of the incidents police are responding to tonight.
Right in front of the yard house. I need 4 officers to respond down here.
Squad 11.
Right in front of the station, and they need officers. That's amazing stuff. And notice the scenes here, they're not showing. These are different scenes that they're actually reporting on the ground, away from that actual mass crowd that we saw earlier.
Go ahead and see if you can get on to Joe Knoxville and stand by with all your personnel.
Copy. Standing by. Personnel and tools.
For anybody up there at Government Square and Fountain Square, if you got a marked car or a car with lights on it, turn your overhead on and leave them on.
Any units near 200 to 299 Central Avenue get.
Turn your emergency lights on. Declare an emergency. Do they have the right to declare an emergency? See, this is what it gets down to. People that, greetings, Joe. How you doing today, brother?
Doing well. I ain't seen no video. I was making my mom lunch, so I didn't see anything.
Well, this one here is Cincinnati PD from last week. They had a small line of police. Let me rewind it here to the beginning. You see, there's a small line of police where my cursor is.
I do.
And disappointing end to the night.
And this is just one of the violent incidents.
How are the police? How is that little line of police going to do anything against this massive crowd? I don't care. I don't. Yeah, I don't care how much military equipment you have. When you're outnumbered like that, you do not have the ability to hold them back. And this is what I see when we see big crowds like this gathering. I see the country coming to a greater and greater civil unrest. And
Why are the police trying to stop the crowd anyway? Why are they there? Why are they not, I don't know, at a distance? What's this crowd doing? Is it a simple protest? I'm not sure why the police would be confronting them, like you say, with these little numbers, especially.
Yeah, it's opening day to the Banks event. It's some kind of local event there in Cincinnati, and it's just an opening day. And there's a massive crowd anyway. Why would you bring police presence into something that's supposed to be peaceful?
Not smart. It's very not smart. In fact, on other protests, when people are mad, as long as the police keep their distance, those usually go nonviolence. People yell, spit, and talk crazy, but the only time it gets violence when the police come nose to nose with people. That should be last result. You should never do that shit unless you have to.
And this is where I was going. 2 packs of sugar says looks like optics.
What's up, OTW? I just noticed you up here, nigga. I ain't seen you in forever, man. Glad to see you still alive, motherfucker.
So the optics here is what I was pointing out is when they insert police presence. I'm one of those guys just like you, Joe. You put an officer around me and my whole demeanor changes.
Yes, yeah.
You know,
so take it as an insult.
Exactly. Right. So while I'm out in the middle of this mid 70s having a block party with all the neighbors, and all of a sudden the police show up, everybody's going to get an attitude.
Yes. And then it started getting nosy and asking a bunch of questions. And you're like, why are you fucking with us? That's my job. I got to know what y'all doing. It's my job to see what y'all up to. That's just making you hate them.
Yep. And that's what we're looking at, the turning tide of police mentality, as well as the mentality of the people towards the police.
I dig it. I love it. Police always kind of been hating the people, though. Now the people are coming out in numbers, understanding and seeing the disrespect. A lot of it because of people like me and you, Pero, who point out shit. And not just niggas like me who video shit. I mean niggas who point out on fucking YouTubes who never hit the streets and shit. Just, I don't know. Everybody is talking about it now. And people are waking up.
Well, I hope so, because it's something that we really need to start paying attention to, because it's getting so overbearing. Like I said, I think we're coming up to a point of civil unrest that's going to turn the tide one way or another. We're either going to end up in a massive civil war again, or we're going to recognize that if we don't stop it now, that
it's going to be Nazi Germany or something if we don't stop it.
Yeah, people are going to have to continue handing over that paperwork.
Yes, your papers, your rights.
What about the people that don't have paperwork?
Well, they're going to push them out, right? That's what they're doing with their real ID. What do they call it? A passport to vote. Anyone who doesn't have that, they're trying to push you out of society. You're going to be a victim in one capacity or another.
Yep. So here's the next one. This is from Midwest Safety. Go over and check him out.
Oh
Midwest.
Yeah, I'm sub.
I'm surprised I'm not subbed yet. I don't understand that. I watch him all the time.
Yeah.
But this one here is police officer gets kidnapped. It's a 15-minute video. We'll speed it up just a little bit.
I cannot be so fortunate as to that. That's got to be clickbait. I cannot be that lucky where I would see a police get kidnapped. I cannot be that lucky today.
Yeah, well, let's look. 'Cause I haven't seen it yet either. This is from just a month ago, so we're gonna find out.
On January 7th, 2024, an officer with the Maple Heights Police Department southeast of Cleveland, Ohio, responded to a welfare check on a driver who was slumped over the wheel of his vehicle in a residential neighborhood. When he arrived on scene, he had no idea that he was moments away from the ride of his life.
I know exactly what's going to happen. Look at him creeping. Don't do it like that, bro.
Hey, police, whoa, police. Whoa.
Yeah, he's not supposed to. Yeah, he's not supposed to be opening that door to
Don't
begin
open
with.
the door and do it. You might spook a motherfucker, right? Don't do
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. And me, I'm never gonna open a door where somebody's sleeping and I don't know what's going on.
No.
It's just like a sleeping dog. You go, and I've got experience in this too. You go waking a sleeping dog and that dog is in a dream. Oh yeah. He's in the right point in his dream. He's going to wake up and snap and clamp down on your wrist and puncture a hole straight through it.
Dude, wake up and see somebody in his car. He could have had the reaction that you're talking about with the dog. Something could have happened.
Absolutely. And this is the major thing that I have a problem with police and their discernment. They show absolutely no discernment of a natural being in natural situational awareness.
We agree.
They think that they have so much authority that they can overcome that situational awareness and the obvious optics.
They point a gun in some woman's face and she throws her hands up or pulls back, and they think that I'm a police. You were in no danger, even though I had my gun pointed at you. It's just part of my job. For you to react and move away makes me think you're guilty. You're not human on the other side of that cop. That person's not human. When it's just a human reaction to jump or be afraid and pull back. No, we're the police. Why would you think I would hurt you? You're not supposed to do that thing. That's another charge for resisting or pulling away.
And even though this was just posted last month, it shows here on the cameras was January 7th of 2024.
Okay.
What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Okay. Hey, I mean, you're just here in the middle of the street, man. You live over here?
Yes.
Where do you live at?
Come
on, man. Don't be asking me how to. You understand what I'm saying. I speak English. You speak English.
Yes.
What's going on? You live over here?
Yes.
Where you live at?
Well, then let him fucking answer. You notice he gets one word out and asks another question.
Yeah, he's doing that on purpose, though.
Absolutely. And that's why I hate it on panels. You ask somebody a question, you give them the respect to fucking answer.
He's intentionally amping it up and asking them quick fire questions and shit. He doesn't want them to get settled. He's doing this shit intentionally, I think.
Yep.
What's he having? You know? All right. So why are you sleeping there? Like, didn't feel like driving home or what?
Close my eyes for a second.
Okay. Let me identify you. Be out of here, right?
All right.
What's your buddy's name?
Identify me for what?
What would be the charge so far?
None. I mean,
I don't know if this guy is he in traffic or is he pulled over? Do you know? I don't know.
He's on the side of the road.
I don't think he got a charge if this nigga gonna sleep on the side of the road. Yeah, looks like he's on the side.
He's on the side of the road, but evidently lights are on.
Yeah, probably got his foot on the brake.
I have my partner your ID, right? Hey.
Oh my God! He jumped all the way in the car.
Okay, that's the point where he got kidnapped, huh?
That'd be the kidnapping, yep.
That's what they're portraying as kidnapping. No,
I figured that though.
The dude jumped into his car. He did. The driver did not snatch him up and put him in his car and take off. He jumped into his car. That is not kidnapping.
You're right. Okay? That's voluntarily, running off with a person. That's not.
That's stowaway. That's fucking
stowaway. There you go.
Get the fuck out of my vehicle. You're a stowaway.
That's a good one.
Oh yeah. Notice it pointed out that other police car didn't have a dash cam. I'm not jumping out of a moving car. You sure as hell fucking thought you could jump in one.
Why jump in, motherfucker? Can you move the PayPal thing? I can't see none of the words at the bottom with the PayPal thing up there. Or whatever they're saying up there, I can't see it with the banner. Thanks. The cops over there. Pause, bro. Pause. What the fuck did I just see? The cop begged to be let out, and when he stopped, he actually got out. What the hell? That's crazy. He actually got out. What you fuck you up there for there, motherfucker? No, let me out. Let me out. What the hell?
That's why I say I really question the discernment of some of these motherfuckers.
The fuck was that?
My heart's fine.
Ah, fuck me and these.
I'm only 40.
I know,
Ignoring your
right?
heart health risk is no way.
Yeah, that was just not smart at all.
Seatbelt buckled to prevent future.
Yeah, I bet. This is crazy. Oh, they gonna tear him off now. They gonna hurt him.
We're going northbound Center Road toward Raymond.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt.
We're going 480.
I have no doubt that putting in the effort this man did physically, jumping into that car and then being told to get the fuck out, and he had to.
And he did. That was crazy. He didn't try to fight the guy and all. No, he's like, okay, I'll get out. Just please stop.
Yeah, they're not going to take it lightly on him when they catch him.
No, they're going to ram him.
Notify OSB and Parma, please. Radio Vice Garfield, we're headed towards our city on 480. Good night. We have a Honda stack, but we need to stop this vehicle. Speeds are 80 miles an hour. Continuing westbound on 480. Traffic is light, road conditions.
Look like the streets may be wet too.
Yeah.
Parts are flying off his vehicle.
Oh yeah, he got the wipers.
Just hit the median. Parts are flying off his vehicle now.
I need continued updates every 10 seconds. I got it. Pull off. Passing transportation road speed 90 miles per hour. Traffic's medium. Road conditions still wet. This car is not handling well. Are you in four-wheel drive? Radio, I got it back out of it at transportation. My vehicle can't keep up.
Looks like we're going to be going northbound on 77, speed 70 miles per hour now.
I got to pull over. This vehicle's just not doing it. 30 miles per hour.
That is interesting.
I think there's something wrong with this vehicle. They slow down.
I tried to go this way. I'm pulling over here to check this vehicle now.
Still going northbound. Speeding up speed again. Speed 70 miles.
I think he's actually scared.
I was wondering, the guy who's saying the vehicle is not acting right, he is not the same guy who got kidnapped, is he?
No, it's
okay. The kidnapped guy is in the passenger seat,
right? And I think this guy is actually scared. I think the driver is actually scared and doesn't want to end up getting in a crash, even though the traffic is medium or light. It's wet conditions, as you mentioned. He's thinking about this stuff, and he doesn't want to die.
I think you're right. I was trying to rationalize that. What are the odds that we got two coward cops? The first one was scared and jumped out the car. I got to come back. Give me a second on mute.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, that's a. No, I was just gonna smoke him, and he stopped the car.
Still going north.
I was gonna smoke him. Did you hear that?
Speed 70 miles per hour.
The block because you were in the vehicle. Yeah. I mean, at that point, that's a. No, I was just gonna smoke him. He stopped.
30 miles per hour.
The block because you were in the vehicle. Yeah. I mean, at that point, that's a. No, I was just gonna smoke him. He stopped the car.
Late. Still going northbound on 77. Let's start notifying Cleveland radio. See if we can get some more units over here.
He started like intentionally leaving. Yes. So at that point, I was like, I'm just gonna kill you, dude. And he's like, oh, sorry, stop and get out there.
We got a good spike. Vehicle starting to speed up again. We're at 60 miles per hour. All right, I think he blew his rear right tire. Speed still 80 miles per hour. We're getting off S.W.A.P. Speed's 50 miles per hour right on the exit. Looks like the other tire is starting to get deflated. Lots of movement inside the car. Lots of movement inside the car. Front rear tire is completely flat now. Looks like we're ready to bail.
Get on the ground!
He's circling back. He's going back to the car.
All right, I'm back.
You missed it, Joe.
Okay. I was saying though, clearly the guy who got out the car is a coward. And now I think you're right. That guy was scared of the weather. It was like, fuck that, I'm pulling over. What the hell?
Watch this.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, that's a. No, I was just gonna smoke him. He stopped the car. Smoke him. He stopped the car. I mean, at that point, that's a. No, I was just gonna smoke him. He stopped the car.
And he stopped the car, but then you jumped out.
He stopped the car.
I was gonna smoke him.
I heard that shit, but that makes no sense because when he stopped the car, you took him into custody.
He started like intentionally leaving. Yes. So at that point, I was like, I'm just gonna kill you, dude. And he's like, oh, sorry, stop and get out there.
We got a good spike.
He made it sound like, yeah, he made it sound like
he was on heroic shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speed up again. We're at 60 miles per hour. All right, I think he blew his rear right tire. Speed still 80 miles per hour. We're getting off S.W.A.P. Speed's 50 miles per hour right on the exit. Looks like the other tire is starting to get deflated. Lots of movement inside the car. Lots of movement inside the car. Front rear tire is completely flat now. Looks like we're ready to bail.
If you're struggling with depression and not feeling the comfort and peace.
A break real quick. Hit that PayPal link, folks. Share some love so I can get rid of these commercials and get a StreamYard going again.
Keith needs YouTube Premium, guys. It's $15 a month. Y'all chip in, kick in, make it happen.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We're going to throw it up real quick here. Hit that PayPal link, PayPal me / Keith Orland Little, FBU. FBU stands for Faith-Based Union. Learn to stand in faith, folks. Hit that link, share some love, always appreciated.
Get on the ground!
He's circling back. He's going back to the car.
Get on the ground! Go right now! Don't move! You got your weak for I'm sorry. Get on your fucking face! On your face! Get on your face! Get on your face! On your face! You get on your face! On your face!
Why are you going to tase me on his knees? You don't have to humiliate him at last 2% prick. He's already gave it up. What do you mean? Exactly. You don't lay down in the snow. Fuck him.
Exactly. He's out of breath. You just ran him down. You ain't got no fight left in him, but you're going to make him eat dirt anyway so you can put your fucking heel on the back
on
of
his back. Yeah.
We have a dog for anybody else?
No, one person.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Shut the fuck up.
I can't breathe. Sorry.
You gotta love it.
You really yourself. All right, roll on. Let's check him.
No, he did was try to run. What the fuck, y'all? He just tried to run. He ain't, tried no crazy. He said he tried to run. It ain't, capital offense, man. You niggas shouldn't be so butthurt, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Oh, you really fucked up. You never run from the police. I hate niggas with that fear mongering shit because I got to hear a bunch of monkeys on panel telling me never run from a police, never talk back to the police. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that upsets me the most is when my mom looked at me when I was 49 years old and said, "Keith, the police are your authority." I thought, my God, how many people are teaching their children the same fucking thing?
I
It's
didn't know
pathetic.
shit about the authority shit though till very recently, like 7-8 years. So I wish that I had this kind of wisdom as a young kid, but no, I didn't.
Nothing on the side.
Woo, let's go, baby. You ain't
Trying to kidnap a police officer?
Blow me.
You gotta walk. You're a grown f***ing man. Walk. I'll get one. Walk.
They got to be inhuman because he embarrassed them.
Good job, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is they get butthurt because they're embarrassed, and plus they had to do extra work that they didn't want
Extra
to do.
work. Yeah. Made
It
their
should
heart
be,
rates rise.
yeah, this is supposed to be an easy job. People are supposed to just give up.
Yes. Yes. You know the rules. I know that in Chicago, you say that. You know
And
the
make them
rules.
pay
If you
for it
run,
later.
you get beat up.
Yeah, exactly. How many people are going to believe that they're just supposed to give up? It's just, it's amazing that we find that's the preponderance of the evidence. People actually do just give up.
If the courts worked and all of that, more people would give up, because the courts would not be putting you in jail if you did not wrong, harm nobody, and little shit like that.
Right.
But don't nobody want to give up, and everybody wants to run because they know the system that you represent is worse than you are.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the things I want to point out here is that I was out in New Hampshire, and I was with a friend that I was visiting out there, and she had to go to court, and it was a traffic court, and out of the whole courtroom was full. There were like 50 people in there, and the judge did the roll call on people that were supposed to be in attendance, and there was actually 99 people that were supposed to be there.
Right.
The room was full, and there was only room for 50.
Wow.
And so half the people showed up, and then out of the half people that showed up, 99.99% of them all submitted. She was the only one. She was the only one that pled not guilty and said, "No, we're not going to go. We're not going to do this. We're going to go through trial." All the others just said, "Yeah."
They bank on that though. The system would break down if everybody took it to trial.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. If everybody just took it to trial, the system would be so backlogged. They would have to understand that they can no longer keep doing this.
Yes. Good. And they're aware. I'm sorry, but that's why they throw on the extra charges to make sure. They say, if we drop this and this, you'll accept. They bank on it. They make it happen. That's part of the fucking machine. It's not about justice. They'll throw stack 8 charges, and then the day before they tell you we'll drop 3 or 4 so that you'll plead guilty to some shit. And that's how they continue going, by not going to court in front of jury and actually having to prove that the cop was bright or whatever, competent.
Exactly.
I have him if you want to unlock the car.
He's so tired.
We got that down real quick.
They just pushing on that?
One of our officers was trying to shut off the car. He took off with the officer inside the car and was racing away from us while there was a police officer in the car. So hence why we're here. After we had to ram his car to get him off the road to get the officer out. Okay. So this dude's got kidnapping charges now too for a police officer.
Yeah, see, they're going to push that kidnapping charge, and I guarantee you, if I was on that jury, I'd point that out. No, he didn't come get you and put you in his car and take off.
Right.
You jumped in his car voluntarily.
He voluntarily got in the car, right?
Yeah,
clearly.
That is an action on your own part, not his. You opened his car door unlawfully to get in.
And if I had a paid lawyer, that's what he'd say. If this guy get a public defender, he gonna tell him, listen, plead to the kidnapping, man. The judge is only gonna make you do 2 years for it.
Yeah, and that's bullshit.
Where's the officer at? Back behind those. Oh, the one that got back? Yeah. Is he okay? Yeah.
He didn't get dragged. He was in the car with the door closed.
It was A+ work. The date was it a successful deployment? Yeah. Good. I think it was kind of nice. Oh, good. Yeah. So thank God for them. They were able to get this car down slow enough to where he was going to bail. But he was digging so much under his seat the whole time. Like I think they're I don't know. Anybody check the car yet? Not yet. We're waiting for it.
Yeah, they're gonna check it. They're gonna find out what he was digging for.
We'll see. I wonder drugs or guns. I don't know. What did he dig?
Yeah, I'm suspecting a gun because he said he had a nugget of weed in his pocket. So
okay, so it wouldn't have had more drugs in a separate location. They'd all been the same location. Yeah.
Exactly. See, us doers know what's going on.
Maybe our supervisor get here and see if we can get a K9. I got a K9 here. Okay, that'll work. You want them? Yeah. Because there's got to be a reason why you ran.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Oh, he's in the back seat. The guy who kidnapped you.
Goodness.
Yeah, they're gonna keep pushing it, aren't they? The guy that
they are. That's setting it right now. Yep.
I put an Amber Alert on myself.
Amber Alert on himself. Come on. See, that's the rhetoric. See, and this is why I do these kind of things. People, we have to understand that that's the rhetoric they will use in these videos on cam that they have been trained to push their side, to get the people that are viewing this video that have never been pulled over by the police. You know, those that are sucking their boots and back in the blue. They're going to keep back in the blue because they honestly believe that these officers knew what they were doing and that this officer is telling the truth that he was kidnapped.
They believe it's heroic and all he did a hero. Officers would not lie. Joe, he got guys. See how risky his job is, Joe. Well, or Keith, and where we're thinking, yeah, it's risky when you rob people and fuck with them for no reason and when they ain't hurt nobody. That's a risky business. We call them thieves around here and gang members, and they usually get hurt and shot. So yeah, it is risky, but it's not fucking because he's benevolent.
Yeah, he's admired. He's a hero because he woke up somebody that was sleeping in his car.
Yeah, and dude, did the most.
Yeah, he did the most to stop him. He jumped right in there to stop him.
Yeah, right.
He stopped with the gun.
Hey, Latman, just stay with the guy, please.
Stay with the car. He's just told to close the door real quick.
Oh, okay.
No, close the door first. Stay with the car behind us. Just go close that because I got to talk to. Did you see? I tried.
Dude, I know. I wanted you to go in because I don't have a push bumper because I would disable my car quickly.
I was trying to hit him with the push,
dude,
but he kept moving.
I know.
And I know that we're not allowed to ram.
It's a fucking officer in a car. I'm sure they'll understand. Dude, I'm just like happy it's over with now.
Yeah, we're not allowed to ram. Then why do you have a ram on the front? If you're not allowed to ram moving vehicles, why is it you have a ram on the front?
And the law changes if there's an officer in the car. We can break rules and do what the fuck we want then. I don't know what to think of that.
Yeah, you caught that too.
Because I'm like, if Mahongos gets killed in this because of this motherfucker, that's a problem. I was like, that can't happen.
Parents of children who play Roblox.
Fuck me. So instead of playing Roblox and paying attention to this commercial, hit that PayPal link.
Commercial. I don't hear shit. A little sound or something.
What the hell happened there?
He hit pretty much everywhere in the car.
He said he hit everywhere in the car.
Article search around the area he
Just because he was using his waistband so much and under the seat, I strongly believe he might have caused something.
Damage from squad cars.
Lock the door.
Now they gotta break in.
And we had eyes pretty much on him all the way down the driveway until he cut the corner.
He locked the door.
So excited. All right, find it. You got it. Go.
Damn, guys. I'd have done
That's
already.
hard. I've done that. That's just hard. Look like they got the right tool. I just be having been hangers and shit.
Good boy. Cat. You ever stole a car before?
Never stole a car before.
So for when you got the.
I have, but most of the time I do it for people who's left their keys in the car by mistake.
You better have to go. It's not gonna work that way. You had it last time. I got it. Damn, dude.
He's so happy. I got it.
It's running. Well, we did it the first time. I pulled it. All right, if you just want to let them know, we're gonna have a slew of charges. They want to get in line. Hey, Sarge, you want to toss now or later? You can toss it. You can toss it now. All right.
Notice the language they use there, folks. It's not a search. It's toss it.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to reach in, grab shit, and toss it.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I've seen them just tear people's shit apart, tossing. I've seen them take out. I got a video of them taking out the guy's air vents and all sorts of shit, and never found nothing. Oh, they tore his shit apart.
77-year-old couple here a couple months ago. I saw one. They tore apart their house, and it was the wrong place. These people are disabled, and now they have no place to. They tore the walls apart.
And the police don't have to pay for that. It's by the court's rule. They don't have to pay for that shit either.
Yeah, they're gonna pay for it. If it's mine, they're gonna pay for it one way. You know.
Interesting. Wait.
Did you see that?
I didn't see what the sign said. No something. Oh, beware of the dog. Okay.
Beware
no
of the
stupid
dog.
people.
No trespassing, and these signs didn't work. This is private property. This is somebody else's private property. They're not supposed to be doing this, folks.
It says no stupid people too next to it. That last one says no stupid people.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they are. They're stupid people that are trespassing and don't give a fuck about the other dog because they've got a police dog. And so if that other dog attacks the police
They'll
dog,
shoot him.
Guess what? Assault on a police officer.
Yeah.
Watch. Yeah, and then he just ran around this garage area where he was detained in the backyard right there.
Got a warrant for where? He's got a frank through the county for, I think it's a theft, aggravated theft, and identity theft, and something else. All that minor ass.
That's why he ran.
Yeah.
You hear that? All that minor ass shit.
Right.
Theft, aggravated theft, identity theft, and they call that minor shit. That's what they do every day in court, folks, is they steal your identity and pose it as you.
That dude's living in this.
And sell it and put it on the stock market and bet on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's today, back in the 80s, it was the Enron in the mortgage default swaps. Today, they've extended it from people that are buying homes and canceled the mortgage default swaps. And now they've extended it to credit default swaps, which applies to anybody applying for any type of credit anywhere.
I think so. Okay, that's a good sign then. Maybe he's just grabbing his phone and wallet. But now it makes sense why he ran, because he had a felony. So he's probably just trying to conceal his identity, taking his wallet and phone out of the car before bailing. That would at least make the logical sense.
Apparently they didn't find that in the
Play
car.
War Thunder now.
Oh,
So
this
hit
is
that
crazy.
PayPal link. Fuck this fucking commercial. I don't
I
care
ain't
how
seen a commercial in years
fucking
unless I'm on one of these panels.
Well, my subscription just expired the other day, and like I said, with this wrongful eviction, it cost us $5,000 to move. So now my YouTube premium has expired, my StreamYard expired, and I have no way to up it again unless I get a little bit of help here, because it took every dime we had to move.
I had no idea that the commercials were so brutal. I thought it would be one every now and then. They ain't bullshitting.
No, it's
one video, and we done saw about 5.
Yeah, it's every 2-3 minutes.
Mahongos for the inventory, please. Sure. And then we'll put a hold on that for criminal tools.
Oh.
Notice there they called it an inventory, Joe.
Yep.
And what is an inventory but a list of things either found during a search or a list of things to be searched for? Even in a restaurant, when you go for an inventory, you go in the stock freezer and you inventory. You make a list of what you have. And then you make another inventory list of the things that you need to search for, the things that you don't have. So then you can go order them. So it's always based on a search, but they're trying to call it an inventory now, which only refers to the list.
For sure. Especially since they use it as a kidnapping tool. Yeah. At minimum.
I was wondering why. I was trying to figure out because before he pulled off, this could have all been avoided, but the key wouldn't come out of the ignition when he was sleeping.
It was still in gear?
Oh, he tried to take the key out.
Yeah, it was in park, but it's stuck in there.
Neil Miller was transported to Maple Heights Jail and booked on counts of abduction, kidnapping, failure to comply with an officer, and obstructing official business. Officers discovered that Neil had a warrant for his arrest out of...
Notice it says journal entry.
Okay.
That's
journal.
That's a private journal. It is not a docket. It is not a inventory. It is nothing else. It is a private journal. Then they turn around and they enter that journal entry and it becomes a commercial instrument.
Neighboring Summit County for failing to report for probation, stemming from a 2023 conviction of attempted theft, aggravated theft, and identity fraud. Officers were also able to...
That is a gay-ass charge, yeah.
Nope. Watch this again.
Report for probation, stemming from a 2023 conviction.
See that down there at the bottom?
All right, I'm zooming in on the phone.
Identity fraud. It says indictment.
Yeah.
Identity fraud, and it says nolle. That's a nolle prosecute. And that means they didn't prosecute him on that.
Because he was gone, right? Maybe no. That means they didn't.
It was no prosecution on that. Yet they left it on there as
no,
a charge.
yeah, because that's the disposition. You're right. Why is that even on there? Yeah.
Yep.
Of attempted theft, aggravated theft, and identity fraud. Officers were also able to establish that the Dodge Durango that Neil was driving belonged to his mother and was not stolen. However, a subsequent search of the vehicle uncovered 9 different cell phones as well as an Apple laptop which appeared to belong to an unknown third party. These items were confiscated and officers attempted to return them. However, they were unable to locate any owners, so no charges were brought. Neil entered a not guilty plea for all charges, and a judge set his bond at $5,000. 2 weeks later, his bond was changed to $25,000, which Neil posted. In May 2024, Neil changed his plea, presumably after entering a plea deal, where the charges of kidnapping and obstructing official business were dropped in exchange for pleading guilty to abduction and failure to comply with an officer.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even have pled guilty to that.
Yeah.
How was it abduction? He admitted that the key was in the ignition, the car was on, it was in park. Like I noted, the lights were on when he pulled up. So
he also admitted he tried to steal his fucking keys first.
Right.
You know.
All of that is admission by the officer that he first acted unlawfully. You
opened his private property in his door and tried to steal his property, his keys.
Yep. You do not have the authority to just walk up and open anybody's door anywhere. I don't care if it's a car, a building, a business, a home, nothing. You do not have the authority to just go up and open somebody's door. That is case law.
No, case law will tell you that for officer safety, not for officer safety, for the safety of the guy. He looked like he was dying. That's what dude was saying. Court. It looked like he was in, need of emergency attention. Therefore, I opened the door because I could see he was in need. Turned out he was sleeping, but he could have been dead. That's what they'll say in court, and the jury will buy it. Well, yeah, he had to check on the guy. He wasn't trying to check on the guy. He tried to steal his keys and all that shit. He was trying to lock him up. But the jury would be like, yes, he had to make sure the guy was okay. And they'll buy it. When he says it, the jury will buy it like it's magic.
Yep. So the next one we got is Hampton Law. It says corrupt cops lose their job after pulling this stunt. So go check out Hampton Law. Check them out. This first one I've come across on them. We're going to check it out. But it says Officer Brown of Roswell Police Department loses their job after pulling this stunt. Let's see what kind of stunt they pull. See if they should go get a job as a stunt coordinator.
Officer Brown
Roswell Police Department. You know how fast you were just going, ma'am?
I'm so sorry. I'm late for work.
So you could go over 80 miles per hour on 92? I'm gonna take her probably for reckless. What do you think? I mean, I don't have any speed
It's the
detections at
coin
the same
flip.
time, but
I don't have any speed detections at the same time, but the foundation that she needs for her
It's right
stop,
there.
which was speeding, and she has no speed.
I was thinking the foundation for that girl in court who she stopped. That girl just laid it out. I have no speed. I'm just guessing.
Right, and that's what I would use.
what do you think? Or just tickets?
A head or tail.
Flip the coin. She did. I remember this.
Coin flip. Yep. Now I
And the
remember.
girl won. She wasn't supposed to lock her up. She's like, fuck it, I'm gonna lock up anyway. If I remember that part right. I do remember the coin flip. She got in trouble for this.
Yep.
Hey, step out of the vehicle. Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
They cut it, but
Imagine
I'm
a
pretty
cop
sure.
deciding your fate with a coin flip. Sarah Webb was
this is the one, Joe. I remember her too.
arrested in Duluth, Georgia by Officer Courtney Brown of the Roswell Police Department. Officer Brown pulled over Miss Webb for allegedly speeding on her way to work. And I have to tell you, this is one of the most unprofessional officers I've ever witnessed.
And what do you think about that, Joe? Jeep says women should not be cops.
There'd be roles and positions for them. And, because I've seen small men that are cops. This one dude who I've been doing a video on for God knows how long, Obadiah, whatever his name is, this skinny black dude. He's tinier than most of these fucking women. And he was with another guy, and that guy came up, and it was a woman, to grab the woman's arm to arrest her. He grabbed his arm and started punching the girl, threw on the ground, jumped on her back, beat her up. Then when they got back to the place where put her in the jail, and what do they call that place where you bring the cars in? It's not coming to me, but
intake.
No, before intake they call it a
Sallyport.
Yes, in the Sallyport he beat her ass again. And he was tiny as fuck. I'm like, he was useless as as these women. Maybe he has a role for him somewhere, but he's just too little and small to be doing that. He had to beat up a woman and shit, to get an arm behind her back. That's fucked up.
Yeah, and that's I think that comes down to there are places for them. It would be behind the desk or something.
Certainly desk type shit. Yes, there's might be some out in the streets where it's mostly paperwork or supervisor or something. But when it come down to you cuffing motherfuckers, you might be a liability.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about the gal that was 4'9", 148 pounds? The police department was proud to have the shortest police officer ever in recorded history hired by this police department, yet she was so obese she looked like a rolling ball. 148 pounds on a 4'9" frame. That looks obese. 149 on a 5'8" frame or 5'8" frame.
It's about normal.
Is about normal. But when you take the foot off, it rounds it out really good. And that's what I see in a lot of these officers, that rotundness, that it tells me they couldn't possibly pass a physical exam.
And I know you've seen countless videos of people beating up women, taking their guns, knocking them out, the woman screaming and crying. I saw one fairly recently where they were talking about that she was a hero and the guy tried to kill her and he took her gun or whatever. And then her video comes out and she just cried the entire time. Oh my God, don't kill me. It was horrible. They was already had her in the news as a hero that did something heroic.
Yep. And that's Jeeves comes back with as a woman, I don't see the attraction at all to want to ruin people's lives like that. And that's what I'm looking at, Jeeves, because a woman's capacity in this social society
good one, Jeeves,
is that we as men are the protection and providers. We're the ones that are supposed to be the force majeure, and women are supposed to be providing for the community.
I totally missed that point. All these times I've had this exact conversation, I missed that point that women do have a naturing shit that may be counterintuitive to.
Exactly. I don't think it's. I think it's against women's structure and nature to be in these positions. The nurturing and caring and educational aspect of women, and that's why I think there is place for them behind the desk. But when it comes to the force majeure part, I don't think I want my woman out there. If she was a police officer, I would have no problem with it if she's behind the desk. But if she's out there in the line of duty, in the line of fire, I'm giving up my position as protector of her.
Yes, you are.
I don't see it. It's
And
funny
not only that, it's incumbent upon another man now, her partner, assuming it's a man. Now it's his job when it's really yours, and he's got a job to do. He can't be watching her either. How does that work?
Exactly. So it goes against the fundamental grain of my instincts and intuition as to the capacity and function of women and men when we alter those positions.
And
So
and
Brown's
let's be
equipment
honest,
wasn't-
like the military, a woman ain't gonna be carrying no B.A.R. For no 2.5 miles or 80-pound rucks. Again, you're gonna be at a disadvantage.
Yep.
Didn't know what to do.
My CAD's not working. Is yours? What do you think? My CAD just froze on me, so I'm restarting it right now. What do you think?
She was openly joking with the other officers in front of Miss Webb.
I am, but without a stamper.
Okay.
See, they think it's a game.
Yep.
And that that's not a woman to me. That's somebody that's insane and
It
psychotic
is.
and
Trying
uses
to
this position of authority
over
for
other
control.
people, right? You cannot have that person in a position of power. It's just an insane child. You can't have them actually with the ability to hurt other people when they're not, when they're like that out there having fun and shit. When people's lives and jobs and careers are on the line, and she out there flipping coins and playing hand games and shit.
Yep.
There's no one a notary here.
And Officer Brown may have ruined Miss Webb's life, but then the community fought back. I'm Jeff Hampton, the people's lawyer, and you're not going to
Hey, I
believe
like
what
that.
happens to this poor woman.
Officer Brown, Roswell Police Department. You know how fast you were just going, ma'am?
I'm so sorry. I'm late for work.
So you could go over 80 miles per hour on 92? No, ma'am. You have your driver's license and your insurance card?
Yeah, my insurance.
Turn off the car and pass me the keys, please.
This lady's been awful nice, and this chick is being a dick, taking her fucking car keys and all of that shit like she's seen men do to people.
Well, yeah, it's to impress upon another woman her absolute authority as a woman. If it was a man going up there, the man would absolutely act differently. He would be a little bit more courteous and everything.
Yes.
But as a man, that woman would recognize he has that force majeure. As a woman, this woman is going up against another woman where there is an equal force majeure. So
Yeah,
she has to assert it psychologically.
The same way a man may do to a man, but not a woman.
The ground's wet. It's been raining. You're going over 80 miles an hour on this type of a road. That's reckless driving, ma'am.
That's another thing, Perot. I would defer to the girl's going to work. She drives that road more than anybody. I would defer to the person who takes that road every day, whether it's what conditions are. I would take their opinion of people who live there and drive there every day over what a general law to cover a state says.
Yep. And then Jeeves brings up another good one. You should be familiar with this. Cops should only regulate commerce, Amazon, big trucks, etc. And that's technically what it's for. That's That's technically what the driver's license is for. When you look at the vehicle description in their definitions, you'll find it's over 10,000 pounds. No car weighs 10,000 pounds, and most trucks don't weigh 10,000 pounds.
That's a good one too, Keith. I need to see the 10,000 pound thing. That'd be good.
So the trucks that they're talking about are the commercial trucks for shipping and transportation in that manner for a commercial contract.
It's only logical that was the reason it was instituted.
Yep.
This is LexisNexis. I'm trying to look it up. I don't have it printed off.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right with you. Go for it.
This is the first spot where Officer Brown's equipment wasn't working.
Apple 113. I'm having issues with my CAD. Can you please do an 8 and 10 check on the Georgia tag?
That's the sound of an American oil company.
Goddamn commercials. Hey guys, go ahead and hit that PayPal link on there because because this is fucking ridiculous. You know, I'm sitting here putting in all this time and everything to bring these commercials to people, or bring commercials to people, right? I don't want these commercials, and no, neither do you. I know it.
As well as an A10 check on a Georgia driver's license.
And when backup arrives, Officer Brown tells her side of the story.
She was going like almost 90 down 92. Oh, really? She flew past me. I had to get up to 90 to catch her. Wow. My CAD's not working. Is yours?
Pause.
Did you?
I checked.
Can you see if
It was, first of all, you said she was doing 80 something. Now you're saying she's doing 90, and the math doesn't add up. If she's doing 90 and you're way behind her and you're doing 90, you don't catch her. So she's not doing 90.
Bingo. Bingo. And hey, I got to say thank you to a generous little donation here for Matthew. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Be sure to hit that PayPal link and help a brother out, guys. Always appreciate every little bit. It all helps.
can you check the tag too? I'm gonna have to restart this and see what the deal is. I'm on 3.
But then Officer Christy Wilson arrives, and that's when Officer Brown starts telling her story with a few embellishments. And that's when the two of them start to get their stories straight together.
And they start their little giggle party.
Conspiracy, 241, 242.
Absolutely. And the giggle party is the best. Because again, ladies, remember, Jeep said it. Women should not be in the police force. I agree. Oops. There we go. Women should not be cops because they are social gatherers. And when they get in their social gatherings and start giggling, it's about social. It's not about anything else. They don't give a fuck about the law. They're in a social gathering and having fun with their little giggle party. And again, you can call me misogynist all you want, gentlemen.
I'm gonna take her probably for reckless. Okay. She flew past me going probably 80, 85 on 92 in the wet road. She said she's running late for work. I had to get up to 90 to catch her.
And here's the first time where Officer Brown becomes a little indecisive.
What do you think? I mean, I don't have any speed detection. So.
Damn.
I don't have any speed detections at the same time. But what is so prominent about the but that you can dismiss the fact that there is no evidence?
At the same time, but
no, but you can use the fact that you were going whatever speed and she went past you. Mm-hmm. It's on camera, so you're gonna have a back speed. You're gonna have the fact that you went 90 to catch up to her.
Wait, pause.
You're gonna have.
I think she did say she went past her. So the girl is coaching her. Well, you can say what you do know is the speed you were going, which she hasn't said yet. But if you know you were going 55 and you know she went past you, there is your evidence that she's speeding. Still won't give you a number and all that, but she's coaching her up right here.
Right. But also remember, folks, when they do these traffic citations for speeding, there are levels of speeding. So if you're speeding 5 miles an hour over, they might give you a warning. If you're doing 10, they'll probably give you a ticket. But if you're doing 15, they're going to give you the same ticket, but it's going to come at a different price. Every mile per hour over charge goes up. So when you get to 25 miles an hour over, now they can take your license and the fines are unimaginable.
Yeah, now they're taking shit, yeah.
Right. So where is the determination on what fine level? Whereas they're taking her straight to jail. No, that's not what the law allows.
Too fast for conditions, and
yeah, I mean that's unacceptable. I told her, I said, you know the roads are wet, correct? You're running late for work and you're going above 80 to get to work. I said, call. So do not do that and put people's lives in jeopardy. Yeah. So
and what I'm getting here, back in the day when I was a kid, most speed limits were 55, so 80 would be obscene, right? But today, most interstates are 70, 80, and 90.
At least 65.
And here she's saying 80. And to me, it sounds like in the rhetoric that the speed limit was actually 80 and she was going over 80. And therefore she she should get some level of speeding.
80 is super rare. I've only seen it in a couple states. 75 and 70 is more common.
Right. But even at 70 or 75, 80 would be hard to determine unless the officer herself was doing 80.
Yes, and I don't think she paced her because the way she was anxious to catch up with her, she would have shot up there and hit her lights. She didn't ride with her and pace her and all that bullshit.
Correct.
CAD just froze on me, so I'm restarting it right now. What do you think? Or just tickets?
Have a heart.
Atlanta answer or Roswell answer?
But notice right here, Officer Brown starts giggling at something.
Hold on. Are you? Okay, hold on.
Officer.
She's asking her, she showed her the phone. She showed her the phone and showed her an app that the police use to flip a quarter. It's a phone app for flipping a quarter to make decisions.
And did she ask her, are you what? I wonder.
Are you familiar with
Oh, okay. Okay.
Showing her the phone app. Are you
all right? So are you familiar what leads towards a lot of cops perhaps have done this? Are you familiar with this? Like a lot of us do it.
Correct.
Out her coin flip app, and apparently this isn't the first time they've done this.
Who's that?
A head, R tail.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So
This is tails, right? Yeah.
Right.
So release.
Right.
Even with the coin flip, they went against the coin flip.
I thought I remembered that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're just doing the coin flip for their giggles and shits.
23.
Michael Jordan. Hi.
And apparently, poor Miss Webb's fate has been decided by a coin flip and a little bit of laughter.
So I got too fast for. Let me write this down.
Notice here, Officer Brown doesn't know what to do, and she just keeps taking direction from another officer.
Too fast for conditions.
Is it reckless?
Yeah, you can do reckless. And then speeding. And you're just gonna have to mark the pace one instead of the.
See, she coaching
either way,
her.
the speed limit here is what, 45? Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
She was going way.
45 and 80. Yeah, that's 35 mile an hour over. Now we have some consensus on what the reality is, but still, to sit here and play all of this, they actually have a mandatory duty to take her to jail.
And yes, if you're I forgot different amounts for different states. 25 over. Some of them have mandatory duties, but I don't believe her about the 80 shit. I don't believe her. She already.
Well, Lou, that's what I'm saying. They would have a mandatory duty. It wouldn't be a question. And that's what the problem is. There is a question. The question is the speed. She said she didn't have the speed.
She said she flew past her. I wonder if she wasn't parked when she passed her. That would make it really hard to determine a person's speed.
Correct. And when she said she flew past her doing 80, again, you admitted on record here that you didn't have a speed. Yet you speeded a speed.
And you're only going with her talking about reckless and pacing. You didn't have none of that until that lady gave you that. All you had was, I got nothing. I got no speed, but I know she was moving fast. And this chick is telling you, well, if you go by this and that, you can say it's reckless. And if you go by this, you can say speeding. But you got to say you paced her.
Yeah, it's amazing shit. And this is the thing that I talk about when these people do not know the law. They're sitting there coaching each other as we're watching here.
Clearly don't know the law.
Yeah, they're interpreting as they go.
So if they don't know the law, that means it's secondary, if not tertiary, but it's certainly secondary to another objective, which would be to perform, which in this case is not save a baby. It's you need to bring in money. You got to put people in the system. Yeah, the law would be secondary at least.
Correct.
I mean, Because I haven't done one like speeding like that, so that's why I'm a little bit unsure.
The patrol vehicle spot, and then it's going to ask you for moving or not moving.
So the one that's doing the stop is saying that she's never done this before.
Yes.
She's in training. This is on the road training. This is where they learn the law, and they learn it from somebody else that's willing to do a coin flip.
100%.
And then tell them, well, you can do this and you can do this, and try to wiggle around so they have a case when they already know there is no case.
Can you help me do these dang tickets? My CAD won't even log me in.
But now it's time for her to go back to work.
Sorry. All right, I'm gonna go. Yeah, that's not okay. Yeah. Hi, ma'am. Do me a favor, step out of the vehicle for me.
Here we go.
Put the phone down. Why am I doing that? Step out of the vehicle. Turn around, put your hands behind your breath. Because, ma'am, you're driving entirely too fast for conditions. You put a lot of people's lives in jeopardy, okay?
Like you did when you chased her?
Exactly.
Double locking these so that they don't tighten on you. Do me a favor and step in front of my vehicle, ma'am. Step in front of my patrol vehicle. Do you have anything in your pocket? Do you have anything on you? A Coke sticker, stab me? Any drugs, paraphernalia, anything like that? Okay. You have a Ron. Return to the side for me.
No heart, bro.
Here, move on, Burkett. I'm just gonna shake this out, okay? All right. Do me a favor, step over here. It's my patrol vehicle. Have a seat for me.
Okay.
We're gonna buckle you in, okay?
Real hero.
And now Officer Brown goes through all of Miss Webb's belongings in her car, which I'll get back to here in a few minutes about whether that's legal or not.
I don't know if you're gonna get too hot. You can take your phone with you. Now your makeup bags and all that. Is it okay to leave those in the car?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be at work. Is there any way I can just
you can
make
a phone call, but that's all you can do.
That wouldn't be an
if you want to call
inventory.
them, you're allowed to call them, but
That's a
Say
search.
what?
That's not an inventory when you're going through all her pockets like that. That's a search. They get an inventory in court. Well, we had to make sure in case something was missing, but you can't be going through a fucking person shit. Yeah, that's not part of an inventory. That's a search now.
Yeah, and see, the inventory, as I explained before, is a list. The inventory is actually a list of things that have been searched for and found, or a list of things to be searched for. That's the inventory.
I agree. And it's the scope is limited because I looked up inventory for traffic stops. I was battling with a cop arguing about something, and you are allowed an inventory, which is merely a list, as you're saying, of the things that are in obvious sight. In case something comes up missing or there's no weapon or something out or drugs or something out. But you should have did that, at glancing around. But the inventory is casual. It's just a list of the things that are loose is all. You don't get to search. And that's how the police get around and say they didn't search because the towing company, they must do an inventory in case something disappears. So they'd be like, it's just an inventory. But clearly, you pass that when you start going to a personal shit the way this officer just did. I bet you that's what that guy gonna say in a minute too. He say he gonna have more to say on it. He probably gonna say the same shit.
Yeah, and see, when, like I said, the inventory is the list, and the search is the actual action. So the action that they take to search, then they give a list of things that they found.
Yes, and they know that search is illegal. That's why, they lean on the inventory because out of guilt. That's the only reason, they even talk about an inventory because they know it's wrong of us to search this car.
Yeah, and that's the prerequisite. Is the search is the physical activity, whereas the inventory is just a list, and that's the separation in the legal realm.
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll let you call them. Okay.
And notice here where Officer Brown and Officer Wilson's attitude goes from bad to worse.
How?
Thank you. You're no.
Nope. I am, but without a stamper.
Oh.
Who's that?
I don't know. Why are they plugging me?
Right? He's not a notary either.
No one's a notary that's here? All of you.
He's got 5 people. I mean, I am. I just don't have my stamp yet.
Half one. Can you please say?
So that brings to light too, Joe. I wonder how many officers become notaries so they can notarize their own lies on the side of the road. Because that's what they're literally doing right here. Otherwise, you think of a notary as somebody that's in a building like a bonds office or a court or a library or bank or something. Whereas
and I think a notary as a third party.
Correct.
It kills it if you're part of the notarying yourself. It almost kills. You're not a witness to something. You're that person.
Absolutely. That's what I was getting at. You cannot have a notary as a plaintiff or a claimant. No.
That's a good one there, bro.
A notary. Good. Yeah. No notaries. Huh?
Going away with the car or?
Yeah, if you can. Well, I still got to wait for a notary, so the 85 might get here in time. But if not, do you want to stay?
Yeah, I'll stay just.
Okay. How is no one a notary here?
Hey, it's Ashley with 4 Patriots. We're in a bit of trouble.
Fucking son of a bitch.
Figure out
Get that goddamn PayPal link and get out of these commercials, folks. You don't want them. You want my material, the shit I'm putting forth, without commercials.
Now, to Officer Brown's credit, she did allow Miss Webb to make a phone call, but that politeness doesn't last long.
What is your passcode, ma'am? I'll let you call whoever you need to.
What's your passcode?
I understand, but you can't. Who do you need to call, ma'am? Who do you need to call, ma'am? Vince? Okay.
So not only do I not make money today, you're gonna take money from me today.
Oh, and tomorrow too, because I lose my job.
I'm going to jail. Reckless driving. I was speeding. So they take you to do.
Bad thing to say right there. I was speeding.
I was reckless driving and speeding, she says. Well, first she said I'm going for reckless driving. Then she outright admits I was speeding.
Right. And you shouldn't do that. Well, they're charging me with.
Right. There you go.
But never admit that I was doing this. Right. Never. People need to learn the language and how to use it for your own benefit. Miranda rights, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. That is exactly what they will do. So if you say anything to anybody, you have to learn the construction of the English language so you can make innocent statements.
Why are they taking you to jail for? Because I was speeding. You want me to come get your car? Can you please?
He can't come get your car. He can't come and get your car.
I know. Okay, apparently you can't come get my car.
Goofy.
I don't know.
Where
Take
does
more
where
car.
do you go? Where does he live? Okay, have a good day, sir.
Oh,
but notice,
man, what a bitch.
Told her you have to be doing double the speed limit. That means she would have had been doing, what did he say, it was 45? That means she'd have had been doing all 90 miles an hour.
Man. And she just hung up on dude.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Click.
Brown hung up on now tries to call back because they received no actual information about where Miss Webb was going or how to take care of the situation, which begs the question, what was the point of allowing Miss Webb to even make the call?
Bingo.
Right.
See, these guys don't understand anything about resolution. It's only division. They're going to do everything they can to make it as hard as possible for everybody, because that's what makes their job easier.
That's the job. Clearly, that's the job. That's the way they want them doing the job. If they put the people first, all of these procedures would change.
Yep.
So it must be them concerned about themselves, like you said.
Finally, a sergeant arrives and he's able to notarize Officer Brown's paperwork.
Sarge.
So the sergeant notarized the paperwork. You guys see something wrong there?
I do.
That's bias.
Yeah.
You cannot have the same party. Though it's a different officer,
Makes
they
no
work
sense.
in the same department. And so there is the same entity that is issuing the notary.
And it does not bypass what we're trying to not happen. You notarize yourself. If it's your all of you carry around notaries, and the only difference is you say, hey Bob, use your sticker now. It's just like you notarizing it yourself. You don't get around that by allowing everybody around to be notaries.
And notice that's notoriety. What is notoriety?
Fame in some sense.
Exactly.
Sorry.
But notice, while Officer Brown seems to be in a chipper mood, this sergeant was not.
If I could notarize my own stuff, I would.
Well, I just went up to bent grass looking for you because it says 92 on bent grass and you're at the post office. All right.
Want to flush out its swollen legs? Stop.
Jeez.
These fucking commercials, people. Hit that PayPal link and help a brother out. This is ridiculous.
I didn't hear what that cop said to her. He did seem like he had an attitude, though.
But in the end,
he said he went looking for her somewhere else. 92
around a post office and something about something. Yeah.
Officer Brown arrested Miss Webb for reckless driving based all on a coin flip. The whole police department knew of the situation and found it distasteful, but thankfully one good, uncorrupt cop decided to take this to the media.
A Roswell police officer was my source. He said the whole department knew about this for months and many were upset, but no one bothered to tell the defendant or take any action against the officers.
Without our intervention, what would have happened when you went into court?
I would have had no idea, and I probably would have pled no contest, and I would have paid a bunch of fines, and this would have gotten swept under the rug, and nobody would have.
She's right.
Absolutely right, and that's what I'm bringing out, folks. In my wrongful eviction here recently, this is going to get swept under the rug unless I keep putting up a fight for it, because this is a systemic issue where people are being evicted wrongfully, and the courts are just allowing voluntary dismissals after they're forced to move. Court can take a long enough time that if somebody is in an environmental hazard and they're forced to move, once they move, then the plaintiff comes in and says, well, they moved now, so we don't have to deal with them anymore. We want a voluntary dismissal. When in fact, the plaintiff is the one that went to court with unclean hands to begin with.
All right, it's my nature not to have motherfuckers talking their personal business, not to encourage it, but I think you're set that this is something you want to talk about. In fact, I think you're talking about it now. If you do want to talk about it, I need to understand what it is that you're saying was wrongful. I didn't understand who you were saying moved and all that. At some point, maybe just tell me about. You can tell me about it or whatever.
Well, here recently, my companion and I were evicted wrongfully because we filed a noise complaint against an upstairs tenant, and the plaintiff, the landlord, the property manager, didn't do anything about it. They let it escalate, and in the escalation, then the upstairs tenant went to the landlord with a video where I was screaming and yelling at him, and I had a couple sticks in my hand. They called that clear and present danger. And the problem is the landlord had a strict statutory duty. When I gave a complaint that they were supposed to address under the Uniform Residential Landlord Tenant Act, and they didn't. They were supposed to address it with a 7-day notice to cure to the upstairs tenant telling them that if they are in violation of the noise ordinance, that they had to cure it within a week. Otherwise, the landlord would evict them. They did not do that. They chose to instead let it escalate and then accepted the exact same kind of complaint from the upstairs tenant under maintenance issues, that there was an unruly neighbor and that they wanted him evicted. So they moved forward with an eviction against us while ignoring our noise complaint against the upstairs tenant. And they admitted it on the record that they did not give the required 7-day notice to cure because they did not know they were supposed to give notice. I don't care. You came into court and reneged on giving notice to our issue, but gave notice to their issue, then moved forth in a 3-day eviction rather than a forcible entry and detainer. And then when we didn't follow through with your 3-day eviction, you entered a forcible entry and detainer, despite, again, our notice of a request for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act for disabled tenant. You denied both mandatory duties, one at state level, one at federal level. You admitted that on the record, and then because we were forced to move before
that's gonna be civil shit, right?
Right, it's a small claims. But the problem here now is that the court has allowed a voluntary dismissal by a plaintiff who went to an equity court with unclean hands, admitted it on the record, and then allowed a voluntary dismissal at cost to the defendant. Now, the problem with that in several structures is the plaintiff didn't give the 7-day notice to cure. The state didn't hand down the presumption of retaliation under state law when the plaintiff admitted they didn't give that 7-day notice to cure. And then they allowed the voluntary dismissal after the hearing, despite the judicial admission that they came with unclean hands. So now the plaintiff has violated both state and federal law, and the court has violated court rules and state and federal law as well.
That's what I'm trying to distinguish the two, what the court would have done wrong.
The court had a mandatory duty to hand down a presumption of retaliation against the landlord when they testified that they did not give the 7-day notice.
Are you sure they had a presumption to do that shit? Because the landlord came in there with a video of some dude. It was urgent I get him out of here because he's got 2 sticks and he's about to kill somebody. So maybe that takes precedence suddenly, that video.
Nope.
Maybe it clears the court, at least, is what I'm saying. The court can justify it. Yeah, man, the dude was going to hurt someone, so we did this until.
No. The court had a mandatory duty to listen to the evidence. And
I agree, and I think you win if that video doesn't come up.
Well, and I objected to the video too, because the guy that took the video didn't show up in the court. So therefore the video was presented in the wrong context. That is also stated in the transcript. And that was stated in the transcripts.
Boy, you hit every angle.
Oh yeah. I've got them by the nuts. I have Iowa Office of Civil Rights investigating in conjunction with HUD. They're both investigating together for the civil rights claim. I have the supplemental supplied to the Institute of Justice. And then I also have the judicial complaints noting all these elements that the judiciary and the clerks are avoiding or evading according to their rules. Their rules are set and they are not to be operating outside of them. And they show consistently in every one of my actions that they have done so. When the court had its hearing, the magistrate Heather Feldkamp presided over the hearing. She has not had one document sent back to her since.
So what do you mean?
It's all the other judges handing down the denials.
Okay.
They don't have jurisdiction to do so. Only Heather Feldkamp has jurisdiction to admit or deny motions in her case. She's the one that heard it. It has to go before the presiding judge.
Usually they put all your shit before the same judge for that. Yes, it's weird that other judges are getting in the way.
5 judges on this case. Just
weird.
like my last case 10 years ago on traffic citation that was presented as possession. 5 different judges. There's supposed to be one judge that has all the information and presides over all the hearings so that all the information is in one basket.
If you
They're
have
not doing
a case here, the first time you go to court, if it's a different judge, your shit's over in seconds. He's going to be like, you already have a judge so-and-so, and they're going to put that folder down. We're going to put it in front of them. That's it. And then you go in front of them. You see the same judge every time when you go to court here.
Not here in Iowa.
And I'll give credit here. Once the story broke, the charges were dropped against Ms. Webb. But here's the problem. Nothing was done to launch an actual investigation into these two.
Bingo. That's what I'm saying here. If nothing is done to correct the actions that are being taken and you only dismiss the case, then the actions keep going.
I thought I heard that bitch got fired.
People.
I'm sorry, I don't call her bitch. I thought I heard she got fired, though. I'm going to look into it when this shit's over.
Right. She might have got fired, but the police department and everybody else still acts the same.
We
The
agree.
operations go on as usual.
We agree.
Arresting people based on a coin flip until the public found out about it. And here's even more of a problem. How many other people were arrested based on a coin flip with zero evidence whatsoever, all because these two female cops decided they wanted to start playing coin flip? Now,
and that's the same thing I'm presenting with the eviction. How many people? This lady got on the stand and admitted that she did not know that she had a statutory requirement, a strict statutory requirement to give a 7-day notice to cure to the upstairs tenant. She also admitted that she's been a property manager for 8 years. If she's been a property manager for 8 years and did not know this, how many people already have been evicted wrongfully because she did not do her job?
Yeah.
Thankfully, officers Brown and Wilson were eventually fired, but we have to ask the question here. Was what Officer Brown and Wilson did here, was it legal? Now, first.
And so I asked the same question. If they get fired, if the property manager gets fired, will the courts still do the same things with other property managers? Not if I'm at watch. Not if I'm at watch.
We have to identify if Miss Webb was actually speeding, even without a radar, this stop could be technically legal. In many states, including Georgia, an officer's visual estimate of someone speeding can be enough to establish reasonable suspicion to pull someone over for a traffic violation. And sometimes it can be enough to actually support a reckless driving charge. So the fact that Officer Brown's equipment wasn't working doesn't automatically invalidate the stop. But I got to stop here and say this. In order for there to be a visual estimate sufficient to hold up in court, these officers had to have been doing what they call pacing.
No. And that's the element I thought was missing. And I agree.
Yeah.
If she did not catch up to the vehicle and then pace the vehicle first, her stop is not good.
Right.
I agree, Joe.
It won't make it through court. It shouldn't anyway.
Which means they had to have been driving at a speed that they are able to look down at their actual speedometer and measure it to see if they're driving approximately a certain amount over the speed limit compared to the other driver. There's no evidence that happened here. And obviously we see that she didn't have her radar working. So how are they able to actually arrest her for just merely speeding? Well, in Georgia, there's something that's known as discretionary arrest authority. This means if
not when their discretion is not availed. If you are using your sight as a speedometer, sorry, your discretion is no longer valid. Again, the pacing mechanism is the prerequisite. And I find that pacing prerequisite, if you don't have radar, the go-to in all jurisdictions that I know of.
Of course.
Cops have probable cause to believe that a crime occurred, they could choose to arrest instead of just issuing a citation. And they don't have to be consistent with how other officers might handle the situation. But wait a minute. Flipping a coin to make that decision? Amazingly, flipping a coin is not illegal by itself, but it can absolutely be argued in court that the officer was not actually exercising real judgment here. But wait a minute, what about the search?
Exactly. Question. Real discernment takes real contemplation, not the flip of a coin.
It has no role in there. It may not be illegal, and let's face it, cops can do anything they want. But in court, it gives me an argument that you're not using your discernment. If you flip the coin, where does the coin come into anything inside of your job?
Exactly. And that's what destroys their discernment. I agree again.
Search of her car. Is this actually legal? If the arrest is legal, then the subsequent search of the vehicle can be legal based upon an inventory of the vehicle. And that's what the cops claimed.
Based on an inventory. See, even he tells you there's a distinct difference. A search may be legal based on the inventory. So if in the inventory, in your previewing the vehicle in open view, you see a gun, you may now search.
Right. But there's a
They claimed they
distinction
were
otherwise.
legally arresting her so they could now perform an inventory search, not in order to really search for anything in the car, but to merely have these items off to the side so that she couldn't claim that the cops stole anything. And there's a separate, what they call administrative reason in the courts for why police are allowed to do an inventory. But if Miss Webb had anything sketchy in her vehicle, cops could have used it, even though they found it under an inventory, to charge her with additional offenses. But here's where Officer Brown gets very tricky.
However, he's going to say it. However, none of that requires you to go in people's personal shit, through their coat pockets or something.
Exactly. And this is the lockbox thing. If something is locked up in any manner, it does not have to be a lock. It can be a locket with a picture in it, and it is closed, like the glove box. It has a lock on it, but is not always locked. It is closed. Her purse was closed.
Right.
She had to open it to visually inspect it.
By asking Miss Webb to unlock her phone so that she can give it back to her and make a phone call. Never unlock your phone or give a cop your passcode. The moment you do, it gives the cops legal authority to start snooping through your phone.
Because you opened it for them. Before it was locked.
Whatever they want and whatever they do find, they can absolutely use against you. All that call did is give the officer access to Miss Webb's phone so that the officer could do a little more snooping to justify the illegal arrest she just made. Now, once the truth was out, all the charges against Miss Webb were dropped, but I don't think that was because the police department actually thought the cops did anything wrong. No, the charges were dropped and the officers were fired because it made the department look bad and the department was merely trying to save face. But if I were to give Miss Webb a grade, I would still give her an A, because then other than giving up her passcode to her phone, she handled herself very well in this situation. She stayed calm throughout this entire situation.
She ran a fucking mouth. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
Self-admittance is the first failure.
And open up your phone. Fuck out
Yeah,
of here.
self-admittance is the first failure, and that's why they tell you, shut the fuck up.
The first shit that she said stupid was why are you speeding? You know you're doing 80. I'm sorry, I was late for work. You're already admitting the shit. And he's giving this girl an A.
Oh, I didn't know I was speeding.
Were being ridiculous. If she had been belligerent to the cops, talked back, or resisted even, I can tell you right now, the officers would have used that behavior as a pretext, as a justification for choosing to arrest her for something that she really didn't do. Her choice.
Nigga, she got arrested. She got a car took anyway.
Public and
giving
made
them
the cops
attitude
look
when
like
to
the
change
villain.
nothing.
Because they were. I'm glad that everything worked out for Miss Webb, but her situation shows that even in the worst of circumstances, when cops are being stupid, the best thing you can possibly do, exercise your rights to remain silent and your right to an attorney, and stay calm. Don't take the bait when the cops try to get you riled up. You can always fight back in court. Now, if you think being arrested over a coin flip is bad,
Actually,
that's
I like
just the beginning.
I watched this dude, but he is so Uncle Tommy. I used to stay on his ass when he first started. I stayed in his comments, calling him wrong and shit, because he was damn near pro cop. I'd be like, that's not the point. Cop couldn't do this. I used to stay in his ass. He's gotten a lot better now, but I still see he's still like, just do what the cop tells you, fight your battle in court, whatever the fucking man. He's still too structured or whatever the word is.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I see him getting away from it a little bit, like you said, but he's still, I'm gonna say indoctrinated, because I believe all attorneys that went to college for lawyer,
of course, they're indoctrinated.
Stuff, they're indoctrinated into that same rhetoric.
Yeah, and he's just learning. So he's not gonna, assuming he did get indoctrinated, they all do, and he did come to some epiphany where he's like, damn, a lot of what we do is wrong. You're baby steps in. it'll be years before you realize the depth of your indoctrination and be able to start to get out from under it. So you're still damn near useless.
Yeah, that cognitive dissonance is a bitch. It really is.
Hard to get around. And you know, the best way I think that pops in my head is make sure you vary your sources. I mean, you got to torture yourself and watch some shit you don't like just to make sure you're not guilty of confirmation bias, because you'll get comfortable. If you can't even be around friends that agree all the time, you certainly can't watch the same sources of news all the time. I know it's disgusting to have to watch Fox News, but I got to do it. I think you got to do it too. You got to, you got to watch all different sources just to be sure. Confirmation bias will kill you and make you a lot dumber than you think you are.
Yeah, and I've got this one up here, but this is from Young Turks. So I'm going to see if I can find this one on the Civil Rights Attorney's page. Because this is another good one. But I don't want to
Civil rights attorney.
Yeah, I don't want to do it from the Young Turks thing because I don't want a copyright strike. I don't know how they are on that.
All right. I would assume that they're liberal as fuck, right? I would assume that they wouldn't be doing it, but I wouldn't, don't take my word for nothing. It's just, if I had to put a quarter on it, yeah, they're ghetto. These motherfuckers wouldn't mind and that type of shit. Yeah, he probably got like, I don't know. You see there's the cats everywhere. And I like their angles and shit. Again, though, it's agenda shit. You got, it's totally agenda shit. You got to remember that shit. I think I'm mad because I'm on my Fox rotation. I try to rotate news sources. And for the last couple of days, it's Fox's turn. And I can't stand this fucking shit.
Yeah, some are worse than others, aren't they?
Yeah, and I'm noticing that they got so much just entertainment and people giving their opinions on shit. Every other news station, I believe, it gives more news before they go into the personality shit. Fox is just all about the personalities. You take fucking hour to get 2 little short news stories, and the rest is just them being celebrities or something. It's rough. But I want them because they're gonna give me, I wanted their shit on all the shit that's going to something happen recently. All the Pam Bondi shit. I don't know, a lot of shit. I was anxious for them to get their turn to watch. And, I'm not getting, of course, Pam Bondi was a one-liner. One line, and then they moved on to something else. They killing me with that shit.
Oh, here we go. Remember the guy that got arrested? Civil rights attorney did one on AI software tells cops to arrest the wrong guy.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, and I know I've seen all this shit.
Well, here we got one. Let me get done with this fucking commercial. But here's one. This is from the civil rights attorney. This is a grandma they arrested for the same fucking thing. AI is telling people, telling them to arrest people that don't match. They're coming up with close matches, and AI says, yeah, that's them. And you can clearly see it's not a good match.
Right.
AI says it does, so the paperwork says it does. So follow the paperwork. Don't use your discernment now. Don't use your discernment now, knowing that you're arresting an innocent man. You got paperwork in front of you, boy. Do the paperwork, son.
Yeah.
A still an image and sent it to one of these AI facial recognition companies, and that company spit out Angela as their result.
This chick looked 20 years old.
They looked at her social media account, said that's good enough.
Imagine that
that's good enough. It's not good enough in a court of law, and that's where your discernment needs to start, is with yourself, not a court of law. Because that's where we're at today. We're taking everything to a court of law with no discernment, and then the court of law has to discern it. And then, of course, the court's going to look bad because you keep bringing bullshit to them, and they keep believing you.
Yeah.
Some crime committed in Fargo, North Dakota.
See, it's not the court's duty to investigate.
It should.
That's what I found.
It should be their duty to investigate the sources coming in. Like, for instance, if some cop is doing 10 times the tickets of any other cop in that area, an investigation should naturally kick off. But the courts will say, hey, that's not our job. We just adjudicate what's in front of us.
Well, and there actually is that mechanism, Joe. Did you guys know that the prosecuting attorney is supposed to do what's known as a pre-investigation?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, they're
What is
required
a
to do a
pre-investigation?
pre-investigation.
What's
They're
that
supposed to
entail?
go over. They're supposed to go over all the elements of the case that's presented to them and make sure that they are in order.
Okay.
So if they see a AI case come across the table and they can clearly see that that is not the woman, they're supposed to say no. We cannot prosecute this case. It's nolle prosequi. But instead, what they're doing is they're shuffling them across the table and saying, we'll let the court figure it out, because if a jury convicts, then it's money in our pocket.
Yes, I agree. That's smarter to
Cops
do.
pull a grainy surveillance photo of a suspect off of a surveillance camera.
And you can tell there are no wrinkles. Even in this bad video, there are no wrinkles on this woman's face.
Right. While the other
they
chick
run that grainy surveillance
looks a
photo
lot
through
older.
AI facial recognition software, and it matches with a completely innocent
Look at all them wrinkles. Look
Right.
at the flatness in her cheeks here. Let's go back to this one here. And you can see there's no flatness. That's a round cheek.
They run that grainy surveillance photo through AI facial recognition software, and it matches with a completely innocent grandmother down in Tennessee who has never even been to North Dakota.
And the
Imagine
grandmama
they
look
just run with that AI match
a lot
and they issue
smaller.
an arrest warrant without performing an actual.
Oh yeah, that's why I said the flat cheeks,
the roundness
skinnier.
of the other girl. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, to me, I can tell you, I'm evidently smarter than AI, right?
Yeah.
Investigation into whether the AI software was correct. Then that innocent grandmother is arrested in Tennessee, put in jail on a hold to be extradited to North Dakota. She sits there.
Nowhere close. Nowhere close. Look at the bridge in the nose.
She say for months. What that say? Spent 5 months, 6 months. I can't see what that say. 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months.
Crime committed in Fargo, North Dakota. Cops pull a grainy surveillance photo of a suspect off of a surveillance camera. Then they run that grainy surveillance photo through AI facial recognition software, and it matches with a completely innocent grandmother down in Tennessee who has never even been to North Dakota. Imagine they just run with that AI match and they issue an arrest warrant without performing an actual investigation into whether the AI software was correct. Then that innocent grandmother is arrested in Tennessee, put in jail on a hold to be extradited to North Dakota. She sits there in a jail for months with nobody even bothering to check and see if she is the actual suspect that they are looking for in North Dakota. You don't have to imagine, because that happened. And the grandmother's lawyers are here to tell you how bad this really is.
When I met with Angela, she said she'd never been to North Dakota, never talked to the police from North Dakota, never been on an airplane before, barely left, 100-mile radius of Elizabethton. And then I re-emailed them on like the 10th and said, hey, like, I'm just re-upping this. I don't think you guys have the right person. It's a nightmare scenario in the best case world for the Fargo PD.
I mean, if they can basically grab anyone from around the country who fits into a blurry mass of pixels on a surveillance video, no one's safe.
No one is safe. I am telling you that now. No one is safe. You better start learning how to look after yourself. These people are not your authority. They see you as scum, and they will take everything you have and call it an inventory.
Your day-to-day covered.
Commercials. My God, people, help
Help a brother out.
Goddamn PayPal link and help a brother out. Every little bit counts, folks. Let me drop it in chat again. There you go. I'm done with this commercial shit.
This lady actually spent a substantial amount of time in jail, it sounds like.
Yeah, a lot. She was almost approaching 6 months.
It was only 2 weeks ago that I posted that video from Reno where AI basically told cops to arrest this guy in a casino, and they did. Then last week, it must have been hundreds of you who sent me links to yet another AI false arrest case that hit the news, and this one is even worse. Using AI software, cops in Fargo, North Dakota get an alleged match with this grandmother down in Tennessee. Then doing basically no detective work of their own, they just obtain an arrest warrant and they have her arrested and held in jail and transported from Tennessee to North Dakota. Never mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, again, here you can see the flatness in the sides of her cheeks. You can see the bulbous nose. You can see it's not a straight line nose. She's got these wrinkles up here. Her eyes are shallow up in the
hollow even, yeah.
Find that this woman has never even been to the state of North Dakota, never even been on an airplane before. If the AI says it's her, it must be her, right? I mean, that saves a lot of detective work. So I jumped right on it. My paralegal helped me track.
And this is why I tell you, when you're doing, excuse me, when you're doing your AI research, be very aware and do not accept it as true. I asked a question about this local property manager the other day in relations to the real estate company that owns the property that we were evicted from. And it tried telling me that its other businesses were Enlightened Entertainment.
Excuse me, I gotta go and answer my mom's phone. Give me a second.
So this AI told me that it had 2 other businesses. One was Enlightened Entertainment, and the other one was the Short Bus Podcast TV. Now I know that they do not own the Short Bus Podcast TV because it is not incorporated. I also know that they don't own Enlightened Entertainment. And I do know that those 2 topics were in part of my other conversations with AI. And so what it's doing is it's just grabbing information and putting it up there for you.
All right, I'm back.
So I was just telling people that I questioned AI about the owners of the property that I was just evicted from here and what other businesses they might own. And it told me, Joe, that it owned Enlightened Entertainment, and it also owned the Short Bus Podcast TV.
Oh, wow.
That's from AI. And
AI's
AI is taking my conversations with it in the past and just picking information and putting it out there. So you cannot depend upon AI.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
AI should just be a guide, just a small guide or something. It's just I don't know, a voice.
Even be that.
No. It is definitely helpful. You can't lie and say, but you got to recognize what it is. Some things you could AI Google, what's the population of so and so, or some shit. Yes, and you can even ask it complex shit. Why are we at war? But understand, it's just an opinion that's probably less relevant and less correct than most people. It's just a starting point. Now you have to actually continue to do your work.
Right. You can use AI to build your own library, but again, it's a matter of making sure that the information it's giving you is correct. So double check it with other sources.
Right. Don't, and if you're gonna go off it singularly, understand what you're doing, and it may be better at giving you a number or something. It won't even be great at that. And rely on it for when is the next eclipse, if it give you a year. But if it asks you, if you're asking it some other stuff, understand that it might lean left because this is where it drew from its sources. It might lean right because that's the guy who owns it. Understand these things come into play.
Absolutely.
Down and get in touch with the lawyers, and I got to interview both the criminal defense lawyer who freed this woman from jail, as well as the civil rights lawyer who was about to file a civil rights lawsuit. As I mentioned, the Reno one was bad, but this one is actually way worse. Instead of just one night or a couple nights in jail, this woman ended up spending almost 6 months in jail. This is Jay Greenwood, a contract public defender in Fargo, North Dakota. He's the one who discovered that the cops had the wrong woman sitting in jail awaiting trial and then did something about it. You're a lawyer in Fargo, North Dakota. How do you first hear the name?
Yeah, how do you hear about it?
I do contract public defender work for the city and the counties around here. And I was assigned to her case on Halloween is when she had her initial appearance. And then I met with her maybe a week and a half after that.
Maybe give me the rundown on what happened here.
we're dealing with someone who is using like a military ID or somebody's ID to go in and do bank fraud involving home equity loans, stuff like that. And somebody had gone into a bank and did this, and they had a video camera over the, when you come in the door, and then they had a video camera over the teller desk that she was dealing with. The police department used a still image. They're not great images, they're from overhead, but they took a still of an image and sent it to one of these AI facial recognition companies. And that company spit out Angela as their result. And so the police department in their initial report says that one of their detectives looked at Angela and then went and looked.
Now, I got to ask, with AI and that image, how come it came up with only one image?
Yeah, like it's so cold. This is it. Like we know it didn't come up with a possibility of 1,000. This is the one. Yeah, that is
exactly.
Now it looks like he's about to say the police verified the AI, because they got to put a human in there. They know how shitty it looks with AI making a decision, but they're gonna say we had the police verify AI. I think he just said that. Well, and the police, if he's like me and you, he's been sitting up there saying they look nothing alike. So I don't know where that's gonna go either.
Well, it says Detective Heck located several social media accounts, specifically 5 Facebook accounts and 1 Instagram account. Detective Heck also located a Tennessee driver's license photo, which was issued as of today, May 27th, 2025.
And said, looks like the lady in the video, and the AI is saying this is her. And so she was charged. So in Tennessee, they...
So the discernment of the officer, Detective Heck, I question him just as much as I question AI.
Yeah, no, right?
Arrested her pretty violently, actually. Guns drawn.
And now you know why I have a problem with police. They do not use their discernment.
Agreed.
In his proper discernment, if he'd have actually looked at the details, he'd have seen that is not her.
And again, if you're putting the people first, you look, and if you got any questions, you call 6 people over from that desk. What do you think, Barbara? You're better at this. If you're putting the person first. He's like, AI said it was, that's good enough for me. Close enough, court to fix it up, court to figure it out.
Yep.
All that jazz. She's at, in a trailer park in Elizabethton, Tennessee. They arrest her, put her in jail in Tennessee. North Dakota's asking for extradition, so she's held essentially without bond.
Did she have any connection to North Dakota?
None. No. And so she sat there in Tennessee. Her public defender in Tennessee was just in charge of her extradition.
So in these court cases, they have what's known as state minimum contacts. So in the state of North Dakota, they have no state contacts at all. So how were they able to press charges against this woman? Again, it's just AI saying it's her, yet the state has no contacts. Fucking pathetic.
Right. The extradition process is almost impossible to explain to people, but all they want to know is this the person that North Dakota is looking for? You're not able to argue merits or anything like that. It's just, is this the person? She didn't want to agree to just come to North Dakota. She was fighting extradition, so she sat in Tennessee for like 4 months, 5 months almost.
Do you have any idea how they, just using a photo, connected that to this woman in Tennessee out of Fargo, North Dakota?
It's kind of the uproar, in the community. This story's had real big legs, about what happened. But they didn't do any other investigation. They literally used the AI. The AI gave them a name. They looked at her social media account, said that's good enough, filed for her arrest and warrant for her, and for her charges, and just started the process.
And this, folks, is worse. This is worse than pre-crime.
That was it. When I met with Angela, she said she'd never been to North Dakota, never talked to the police from North Dakota, never been on an airplane before, barely left, 100-mile radius of Elizabethton. So I just asked her family to give me some bank records so I could verify that she'd been purchasing things, around her house. And when they gave me those, I was able to get the prosecutor and the detective into an interview room. They asked her a bunch of questions, and 5 days later, she was released.
Other than just getting the results.
Shit they should have done.
5 days even. Once you have that information, it should have been immediate.
That's that too, right?
Results from this
certainly
AI
months
database
are wrong. It just proved it. She could have been out in 5 days as you looked into it.
Yeah, and once you looked into it, again, once you found out, it should have been an automatic release right then and there.
Out the door. You do your paperwork later. Once you see I'm innocent, I walk out.
Or AI software, do you know whether they performed any other investigation, such as you just did, talking to family, asking for credit card records, etc.? Did they do anything?
Zero. It was pretty, and that is the main issue that everyone's upset with. That she had, when I met with Angela afterwards, I asked if she had talked to police, because normally, I mean, you're a defense attorney, you're like, have you made any statements to them? Have you told them anything? She's like, no one's talked to me. So they didn't do anything. They didn't speak to anyone in her orbit. They didn't talk to her. They didn't, do what I did, which took, a week. They didn't do any of that. They based it solely on what the computer spit out and what they were able to see from her Facebook, Insta, stuff like that.
And this is the fallacy of believing AI, folks. You cannot believe AI, no matter how much faith you have in AI. AI is not what they tell you. It is not intelligent. It is dumb as fuck.
You first met with her, what did she say to you? Did you believe her that, I've never been to North Dakota?
I don't know if it's a belief thing, but we all, as defense attorneys, we all work on proof. I have an alibi. I was in North Dakota, so I did what I normally do in alibi. North Dakota, you have to give notice of alibi. You have to tell them who your witnesses are that'll present the alibi. And so I said, do you have any? Were you buying things? Because that's usually a pretty good paper trail. And she said, yeah, I was. It's in Elizabeth. And I said, can I get your bank records? She goes, I'll have my family send them to you. And so her family emailed them to me. It took like a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then I got them to the state's attorney's office right after that.
All right, so you did their job for them.
Yes, exactly.
Prosecutors with proof that they had the wrong person. What did they do with that? Did they act immediately? Did they sit on it?
They sat on it for a little bit, and I don't know why necessarily. I know there was some tumult and turnover in the office at that time. So the guy that charged the case out, I emailed him probably on the 1st of December. It took a week and a half to meet with Angela or so, and then a couple weeks for her family to give me the stuff. And then I read through it and I forwarded it to the state's attorney's office, essentially saying, I don't think you guys have the right person. They're like, she's buying stuff in Tennessee at the time. She's depositing her Social Security checks at the same time. And if you look back on the bank records, they match the same types of purchases and deposits that she was making the 2 months prior to that. So it's like, I don't think you have the right person. Well, I got no response. And then I re-emailed them on like the 10th and said, hey, I'm just re-upping this. I don't think you guys have the right person. And at that point, one of the prosecutors got back to me and said, hey, this has been reassigned to a different prosecutor. So
of course it has.
See, and that's what I'm talking about with the magistrate shuffle in my case. Okay, when they start handing off paperwork to somebody else and reassigning, it disconnects the record, and nobody knows what's going on. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
If it's going to be handed off and reassigned, there should be an extensive record of every reason, every word, the procedures that did it, so that it's very transparent that it must have happened that way. It cannot be an option or some shit. Everybody should be able to look at it and don't have to take your word for it because it had to be hit. No, I handed off. Her uncle was, did get hit by a truck, so they had to hand it off.
Yep. And that's why I say this is worse than pre-crime, because it's allowing crimes to be had where the one that's initiating the initial crime is getting away with it, and somebody else is being charged with the crime, which in itself is a crime.
Or did it again? Look, Jordan, I think this is the wrong person. And to his credit, once he got it, him and I worked immediately to set up an interview with the local PD. They did an interview at the jail with me, her, and the prosecutor. And she was set for preliminary hearing, which is a probable cause hearing in North Dakota. Kind of an old vestige thing. We don't really need them anymore, but we still have them. They just didn't even proceed with the hearing. They just said, we're just going to dismiss. So she was out.
And so they just released her onto the street in Fargo, North Dakota? Or did they send her back or help her get back?
It was kind of I think Angela was kind of upset. And I say this completely out of my own assumptions.
So the craziest part of the story that these two lawyers will tell you is not just that this AI mistake was made and this woman spent 6 months incarcerated for no good reason, certainly no justifiable reason. The most shocking part about it was they just basically released Angela out onto the streets of Fargo, North Dakota in the middle of the winter. And this woman was from Tennessee. They didn't deliver her back to Tennessee. They didn't make other accommodations for her. They just said, oops, oh well, see you later. So how did she get back to Tennessee? That's another crazy part of this story. And that's actually a good part of the story, because the local defense bar, the criminal defense lawyers, the public defenders, the private lawyers who defend people in criminal cases in the Fargo, North Dakota area. They are the good guys in this story. They got together their own resources, their own money, and they helped this woman.
The Cass County Jail has what's called winter packages for people that are released from jail and are going out into the cold because it sucks here in winter, especially around December time. So I think they offered her a coat or something like that. Again, she's from Tennessee. She has no family here. She has no money. She has no anything. They didn't even let her bring her false teeth with her when they arrested her. So she's got nothing in North Dakota. The local defense bar, not me. I mean, there's rules against me giving her money and stuff, but the local defense bar got together some money for a hotel and some food. Got her over the 2 days, and then there's a guy in our local community named Adam Martin who runs a foundation called F5 that helps people with felony records get housing and treatment, stuff like that. He drove her to Chicago halfway to meet with her family so that they could take her back to Tennessee. He did it on his own personal truck.
That is insane. Yeah. That is really insane. I mean, without government, who would arrest the wrong person and like take you from Tennessee to Fargo, North Dakota, and then like set you out on the street in the middle of winter in Fargo, North Dakota with no way to get home?
Yeah, it's a little bonkers. Not a lot of forethought there. The local police chief has been pretty vocal in not taking any responsibility, that they had what they need.
Of course not. Of course not.
He's been vocal in his not taking responsibility.
Yeah,
He's been
why would
vocal
he take
about it.
responsibility? It wasn't his fault. It was AI. He didn't have anything to do with the investigation.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Needed. He's not.
It's been assigned to someone else.
I mean, what is their defense to that?
I don't think there is one. He keeps making statements about how the case has been dismissed without prejudice, which happens every single time.
Here's another important part of the story. So while the
dismissed without prejudice.
It's saying something, but it's not really admitting your mistake and saying what you did wrong. It's just saying it's been settled. And they're adding dismissed without prejudice, but that's not enough. That's not enough.
Well, see, when they say dismissed without prejudice, what they're saying is that they can bring the charges again. In this case, that's a wrong dismissal.
I'm glad you said that. I was assuming it was the opposite. It was the other way. Without prejudice, meaning with prejudice, meaning you cannot do it again. So without prejudice, you can bring it up. That's even less of an admission of anything.
Right, because with prejudice means that it's absolutely clear. It's already prejudicially determined now.
Right.
You cannot bring these charges again. Right. Without prejudice means there's no prejudicial determination and that it was just dismissed. That leaves it open so that they can bring charges again under a different charge. When that is factually wrong, they know it is not the woman that was in the photo, and therefore it is supposed to be dismissed without or with prejudice.
And where's the accountability? You're not okay. So you let her go, but where's the accountability? Where is it that that you're saying this is what's happened, and these are what we're going to do to correct it? This is what we've already instituted to correct it. Where's all that shit?
Exactly, and that's why I'm pushing with this civil rights case in my situation, because if there's people out there that are operating properties and don't know the law, how many of these evictions are going through that are wrongful evictions, and there's no correction on that end?
Endless. Nope. Damn near all of them. If that is occurring, damn near all of them would be unlawful.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. I damn near all of them.
5 Project, Mr. Greenwood, they are the good guys in this story. The bad guys in this story, the Fargo Police Department, the leadership completely attempts to dodge accountability and gaslight the public. So after the public finds out about this and there's outrage, the police chief suddenly resigns/retires. And there's this surprise press conference, I think it was March 11th, where they claim this surprise sudden retirement is basically for family reasons.
So Chief suddenly sends me a letter last night and says, well, sounds like a good idea, Tim, I'm going to retire. So put in his letter of resignation last night for retirement, and he will be done at the end of the month. Are there any questions?
Chief, this question's for you. Ethan Kramer, Valley News Live. I'm just curious, why now? Are you making this decision to retire?
Family purposes?
Sure.
Well, they always say
this
that.
has been a family discussion for some time. So really the execution of it is also a family decision.
That's this excuse every fucking time he left to be with his family or because, you know, something to do with the family. It's like every time when they leave it, and embarrassment, it is the same thing that he had to be with his family. Shit, I can't even hear you talking, man. All right, I must have lost.
My apologies. My apologies.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, I'm here. I was on mute. Which begs the question, why the fuck is your family so important that you disregard her family?
Very good.
That's what's
Yes.
fucking pathetic, folks. I get so sick and tired of my, me, us. It's a us, they, them thing. Us and them thing. It's a division. And that's the specific tactic, is that they think they're better and their family is worth saving. They are going home at the end of the night. Yeah. And it doesn't matter whether you go home at the end of the night. That's not in the consideration.
And it's got to be the opposite. You can't be, as the cop or the government official, employee, the judge, the important person. You literally signed up to serve other people, which in some ways mean putting them above you. You're going to serve them. It gets totally flipped if you think, oh, for officer safety, I get to, you know, shake this guy down and shit. No, you are a servant. You humble yourself.
And another point here is, how long are you going to serve this? How long is it going to take to serve the AI before people realize they're not serving the people? How long is it going to take for them to be pulling out these AI things and arresting people for bullshit before people realize finally that they're not serving?
I'm not sure that that's how it happens. I think it progresses. I don't think as a finally people realize. I think AI wins because most people are low IQ. You see a loss here, an L, but they'll portray a bunch of victories with great marketing and advertisement, with flowers and bunnies behind it. All the criminals who they've caught. This guy was about to kill 12 people, and the dumb folks will fall for it and fuck people like her. Fuck you, as long as we got the bad guy.
Well, and I don't think so, because they've already got Supreme Court case law that attorneys are not allowed to use chat GPTs. They are not allowed to use AI to draw up their documentation.
We just getting started with this, though.
Yeah.
And I love that law. It should have been logical, but we're just getting started. There are things that they haven't even thought of adjudicating yet, right around the corner. I think the people are so stupid, us, that we're going to believe whatever the fuck we're told. That's just what we seem to do. And people prefer AI. They're going to want it around. They're lazy as fuck. They trust it. You know, they're going to ask AI, is AI good? If AI says yes, they're going to be like, even AI says it's good.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, is people are going to be just like back in the blue. They're going to be back in the AI too. And when you start backing this AI, I guarantee you it's going to bite you worse than the police will. Guaranteed.
Yes, as we can see, this is some heartless shit. They got a grandmama in jail for 6 months. You know, it's getting an idea of what a casual mistake for AI is going to lead to. It could lead to rockets being launched. Did you see where Trump, I almost said Bush, the AI company that he signed with all those years ago? That guy is smart. He looked in the future and he said, my shit is smart enough to recognize a face and launch a bomb. In order for me to sign with you, you got to promise that it'll always be a human in between there. And Trump agreed. All these years later, now the war jumped off, and he went back to dude and told him, you got to release us from that part of the contract where AI can make a decision on people's lives alone. And the guy wouldn't do it, and they fell out over it.
Yeah, because you should not be dependent upon AI for any decision. Never. I agree. In my strongest
especially life and death shit. That's not a big ask. You're gonna have to have a human push the button. I won't allow you to use my shit to let my shit just kill people, because it'll make a mistake and kill a grandmother. And they agreed to it, but now Trump's like, yeah, we're gonna need you to take that part out. Like, no.
Well, and there was a case not too many years ago where a guy went to the hospital. They had his son on life support, and they were going to cut the life support. And he took a gun to the hospital, and they had a standoff. And during the standoff, his son came out of the coma. Wow. They were going to cut him off life support.
That's so it's crazy. That's crazy.
So even when there are life decision choices that are being made by people that you think are competent, There's still
100%.
that can tell us that something's wrong. And if we
Yeah.
stick on that intuition, we oftentimes will find ourselves accurate.
I
think
feel
that's a
horrible
common
when I
thing.
went in to pull a plug on my old man. I was in Colorado, and they said they had to pull a plug and all of that shit. I told them I wanted to be there and all of that. And he was brain dead. They're calling me. I'm driving through the night, and they're steady hitting me. I'm like, nigga, Google says it's gonna be 4 hours. You know how I get. I got to like, I don't know, 1, 2 in the morning or something. They let me sit with them for a while. I saw nothing. The next day, though, when he come to pull a plug on him, I say, hey, old man, it touched his head and a tear fell out. And I told the doctor, oh, that's normal, that's natural. Now that the way you're talking, you know, they don't know every fucking thing.
They don't. And you know, this thing about spirituality, I tell people I'm not a Christian, but I believe heavily in the spirituality, and that's that intuition part. We have this connection, we know it, and yet we want to dismiss it and say, nah, it's not real. Bullshit.
Yes.
I think this is a good time for a lot of.
I was just gonna go off a little subject a little bit, right? People are gonna say, "Oh, it's just nature and blah blah blah." No, there's something else, man.
Yeah, and it's deep.
Reasons, but my wife and I have a big anniversary coming up pretty soon. We like
Yeah, that was it.
Not
That's
to
the
enjoy
reason.
vacation, but an enjoyable vacation.
Fuck
And
almost, yeah.
Yeah, wants time off. He wants to enjoy
Yeah.
a good vacation now.
I just wanted a vacation, so I decided to retire from my entire job and all. Fuck out of here.
And come to find out, after he gets back from his anniversary, he goes and gets a job at another police department.
Yeah. Right.
All the reporters there at this press conference ask all of these ridiculous softball questions like, what is your favorite ice cream? Only one of the reporters asks the actual obvious question that should have been asked by all of them there, and that was about the Angela Lips incident.
Right.
They completely refuse to answer to the public at that time. They just don't answer the question.
A question. Why did nobody from FPD ever speak with Angela Lips for the 5 months she was in jail?
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Matt, for that question, but we're not
That's
here
the
to
only
talk
one I
about it.
wanted. What?
Thank you, but we're not here to talk about that today. The fuck you aren't. You're here in front of a fucking press release, in a press conference. You're supposed to ask any question they ask.
Yeah.
Any question they ask. You
Yes.
dumb fuck, especially on the way out the door. You ignorant fuck. All it does is make you seem like you're hiding something.
Right.
You wonder why the people don't have trust in you? You fake fuck.
We're not your fans, and we came here to adore you. We came here to ask you questions, fuck. Well, don't come in front of us if you just think we're supposed to support you and clap hands, nigga. Why
notice,
bring the press there.
And notice this is a 4-star fucking sergeant. 4 stars. This motherfucker been around a long time. He gonna still stand up there and say we ain't here to talk about that.
AI gonna pick
Fuck,
him out.
we ain't.
AI gonna put out an arrest warrant for him next week. It's gonna be a teenager committed crime. AI gonna think it's him because clearly they can't discern age differences and shit. Oh, it's wearing glasses. It must be the.
We're not here to talk about age difference, Joe. We're not here to talk about age difference.
AI better learn. We're not here to talk about that. Damn it.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter.
Fuck that commercial. Hit that link and help a brother out. This is sickening.
It is.
Just for the press, that's an ongoing investigation. Matt's been asking about it. but we have
Ongoing
to wait till the
investigation. That's
investigation
what they
is
always say too.
Any other question in regard to the retirement, please?
But it's not going away. The public is only getting more outraged. There are media pieces running about the Angela Lips story. So then the police chief does a radio interview where he tries to clarify some of the misinformation.
Right.
Yeah, now he's gonna
answer
answer
questions.
some questions. But you notice it's a radio interview.
I'm
so the
assuming it's him
questions
when
are
he
drawn
thinks
out.
is friendly to him. Yes.
Yeah, somebody that's
Yeah.
friendly and has the questions drawn out. He's already
Yes.
asked.
Give it to him in advance. Yes.
Yep.
And provide so-called context.
You mentioned a review is underway. You've been at this a long time. Just from a 30,000-foot view, do you see mistakes having been made?
No, I don't. Although there's always room for improvement.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
Wait a minute. You don't see the mistake that AI obviously made, and then you took that ball and ran with it. You don't see that mistake.
A woman said
I mean, it's
6
been
months in
clearly-
jail. No
Yeah,
mistake.
It's been clearly stated it was a mistake, and you don't see a mistake. This is fucking
You
idiot.
don't even see the mistake that is clearly shown, right?
And I think, again, to reiterate,
Demonstrated.
this wasn't on anyone's radar until the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I had no knowledge of this whatsoever, that this had occurred. And as soon as we got the first couple of inquiries, I sent it to our
The first thing he does is retire. As soon as he gets the info, he retires.
Investigation. We talk about it, and we can't condemn in any way any potential persons of.
And that's another thing, you know, when something's under investigation, you can't ask questions about it because it's still under investigation. It begs the question, well, how long can they have that investigation and say you can't ask questions about it because we're still
until the crowd dies down and the interest dies down. And that's a lie that they can't ask the questions, because you ask them about the criminal, the bad guy. Oh, yes, he has a drug arrest record. He's been to jail 7 times. They'll comment all day long on an ongoing investigation if it makes them look good.
Oh, yeah. And in fact, they are required to answer.
Interests or suspects. So we have to be very careful there so that the state's attorney can actually carry out their mission as well. And that investigation is still ongoing, and we hope to, in the future, be able to definitively know one way or the other what her involvement is or is not. But at this juncture, we don't know.
Then apparently that pisses off people on the city council there in Fargo. They have some sort of meeting after that occurs. One of the city commissioners gives a radio interview like the same day or the next day, just tearing the.
Now this is going to get interesting. I didn't hear about this. See, this is the people that are backing them. These are the people that are signing off on the documents that they put forth when they charge people and stuff. And these are the people that need them to do so. These are the people whose paychecks are dependent upon it.
Agreed.
The county commissions and the city council members. That mayor, his paycheck is dependent upon it. That city clerk, that city council, their paychecks are dependent.
Good points. Yeah. We're going back down.
In the mayor report.
Sir, what happened yesterday, we had an executive session, and in that, basically, everyone tried to deny responsibility and blame other people. The other thing is, this is a huge liability for the taxpayers of Fargo. You know, more than likely, we're going to get sued.
Did anybody answer why somebody was incarcerated for 5 months and nobody went down to see her?
And that's why we have to have a review, because yesterday, the police chief and the mayor were totally denying any responsibility or even knowledge. And so we have to find out what exactly went on. And then for the police chief to resign immediately, obviously, you know, there's a lot of very bad things going on. And so we need to have somebody, because yesterday nobody was telling the truth. To me, I'm not surprised at all. That's the first thing you do is evade responsibility and try to blame someone else.
So now,
bingo, evade responsibility and blame someone else. How do you blame somebody? Let me ask you, Joe, how do you blame somebody else if there are no mistakes?
You're right. If there were no mistakes, there's no one to blame. That to me is logical.
So why are you shifting the blame? Why don't you just answer the damn question?
Just yesterday, they had another press conference. Did they accept responsibility? Let's continue the conversation, and then we'll get to that.
Imagine the best case scenario for Fargo PD is that Angela was the one that did this, and they somehow come up with a bunch of evidence that, you know, she's this criminal mastermind. And again, I don't think that's true. I think they just have the wrong person. But let's say they find out that she was the one doing this. Their best case scenario was they flew a person here, paid for it, paid for her incarceration in Tennessee. The feds paid for the arrest. We paid for her flight. We paid for her incarceration here. And then they dismissed the case because they didn't have enough evidence to begin with. And they have to start the process all over again and bring her back here. You got to be kidding me. That's a nightmare scenario in a best case world for the Fargo PD.
Anything you can.
Right.
Very, very well put out. Why would you go to your own expense to have it dismissed to try to bring it back later? See, when they dismiss a case, that's why they try to dismiss at defendant's cost. And here in Iowa, January 9th, 2026, just this year, they ruled that there is no state law that allows that. And I believe it's across the board in all states.
That allows what?
That allows the cost to be shifted to the defendant upon a dismissal. The plaintiff brought the case. If the plaintiff brought the case and he wants a dismissal, then the costs go to him. That's what it says in the state statutes in Iowa. And I believe it says equally across the board in all other 50 states that the costs are placed on the plaintiff for bringing the case if they dismiss. There is no law that allows a judge authority to shift the burden.
It's not even logical that you would do so. You drug me and you should be paying me, motherfucker. It was your mistake. You should be paying me.
I got a document, Joe, from this eviction thing where they voluntarily dismissed the case at defendant's cost. And at the in the dismissal, it says that the appeal is denied because the court granted a dismissal at defendant's cost, which is to the defendant's best outcome. No, even that shit is contradictory because you shifted the cost to the defendant. That is not the defendant's best outcome.
Clearly.
To have a claim brought against them and then have to pay for the claim and say that's the best outcome. No, the best outcome would be to pay
make
me
right what you've
law
done.
and make me whole.
Right. Because
Tell me
you've
about-
already hurt them. So now the best you can hope for is to attempt to make them whole, which you would probably never be able to do.
Well, that's why we're bringing the civil rights claim.
Angela Lips.
Oh, she's actually incredibly kind, really nice. For someone that had gone through the process she had gone through and was in North Dakota now, having never been here before, she's gone through it, man. She, in addition to the stuff she dealt with here in Tennessee and Fargo, she, I think the local news did a story on her and said that she may have lost her housing, and when you're in jail, sometimes your Social Security disability gets suspended, so she was missing out on some of that stuff. I think she might have lost a pet, so she went through hell.
Because Jay Greenwood was the court-appointed public defender who represented Angela and got her freed from jail. That's basically where his representation ended. Fortunately, Angela was able to hire civil rights lawyers to then begin investigating what happened to her for a potential civil rights lawsuit to be filed. So I also got in touch with the civil rights lawyers who now are representing Angela. They're still investigating, still collecting evidence, but hopefully they are going to be filing this civil lawsuit. This is my conversation with Eric Rice out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, who is one of the two civil rights lawyers now representing Angela. How did this happen?
Oh, she's got two lawyers on it.
He said lawyers with an S on the end. I heard that.
Yeah. See, we catch the same thing, don't we, Joe?
Yes.
Happened. Who screwed up?
And that's what we're currently investigating. So we haven't filed anything yet. We're trying to do our diligence and finding out exactly what occurred. And, you do this work. So I think that sometimes it's hard to find exactly where the issue occurred, even if the overall issue is pretty apparent. And so that's something we're currently looking into. It does appear that AI was used as an investigative tool by law enforcement. I will say I've seen some police reports in this matter. I'm not sure if they're all of them, but what I've seen is that an officer came to Angela because of an AI lead. Looked at her social media and says this person could be the one on these blurry surveillance videos. And then that caused an arrest warrant to issue and Angela to be extradited and detained and charged.
That cop need to be locked up.
And one of the things I'm wondering, because like I said, they have Supreme case law on the fact that the attorneys cannot use AI to generate their cases. And I would assume that these two cases that we're looking at here today, the one that they referenced here in this video and this case here, where the AI has made false convictions through false photo identifications, that they will also have an outcome on this case specifically. I'm sure that the police will no longer
use it.
Yeah, whether
they
the police can use AI or not. No,
they can't. They can't. No. That would be the best outcome. No fucking chance. Police use it everywhere. A judge would be aware that he's going to cripple the entire United States if he makes such a decision. It'll be overturned. Somebody gonna get in his ass. This is the road is AI for crime shit. No way this judge wins if he tries to overturn it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. I think in this civil rights case, they're going to put down that standard.
I would love to see it. Right? It's just going
to be
more
some
fireworks.
Well, it's going to be more of a standard. Like I said, if AI comes up with one picture, it's got to be wrong.
It have to be more things behind it, safeguards. Yes.
So it would implement under this case law. I would hope to see that it would implement the absolute mandatory duty of the further investigation under that AI photo to make absolutely sure, and that would be that background information that the attorney got. The bank records, the location records.
Right. It couldn't just be some cop going through social media. It couldn't be that. It had to be more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It'll have to set down a certain number of fingers of investigation to go through in order to qualify the AI photo.
Very good. And that's exactly what the guy fucking with Trump was trying to install.
Exactly.
The more fingers, the more better. And Trump put him on the terrorist business list. No one who does American business in the government can fuck with this guy anymore and all of that shit because he wouldn't take that safeguard off. And the government uses him so much, they say it's going to take 6 months to extricate itself fully from his the use of his AI, just to separate itself. It's so intricate and entangled. And the irony here is that he's on the terrorist list and he's still inside all of your systems for another 6 months. How bad can he be?
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I say, you know, I think when the Supreme Court takes this and puts out their ruling, I think there's going to be some fingers inserted in there in order to be able to use AI.
So.
You have to do this, and this. There's
So,
got to be
right.
some qualifications.
I haven't seen anything in the file that an officer found some sort of geographical connection to North Dakota or some connection to the bank or evidence of Angela improperly gaining or using funds or being connected to the other suspect that they apparently have in custody. So even if you take
Correct. And he's noticing some of those investigative techniques that they can instill that would be those fingers.
Right.
And that's
these
how
are
we
different. Right. If you had some of these fingers, you'd have a case, but there's none of these possible avenues that you could have pursued.
Exactly.
AI out of the equation. I mean, if an officer sees someone on social media that lives halfway across the country that looks, you know, like somebody could possibly be on a blurry surveillance video, you wouldn't accept that as a sufficient investigation to bring charges and do all of this. And just because AI, you know, initially provided potentially a lead for Angela, I mean.
Yeah, and see that I think I'm pretty spot on that, Joe, because that's what he's going for. That's what he's going for. He's in this case, he's going to say, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, and you didn't do this. And these are all things you should have done. Not just could have, but should have.
Yes.
And that's establishing those things.
His phrasing was perfect too, by saying that if you take AI out, and you're right, this means that you're right. If you take AI out, no way the cop is allowed to do this shit, or it would never occur. So AI is the problem. He is about to phrase your argument.
Right.
Doesn't close that gap.
The more they did, in fact, research or social media, if they did, then the more exculpatory evidence they would have found.
Well, and that's something that initially came to my mind, and we're currently investigating. Like you said, if an officer sees even a face that could potentially, you know, fit within this blur on the surveillance video, if that person has no local connection, the first thing you'd expect an officer to do is say, well, was Angela in the area? Could she have been in the area? Does she have any ties to this area? And if you can't put her even in the state or in that portion of the country where the crime allegedly occurred, then maybe you should do some more investigation.
And these are questions that a normal person would have, let alone an officer of the law.
It should have like many.
Yeah.
Very good.
Before issuing an arrest warrant.
Government employees will make mistakes, of course, but it's what they do after they realize the mistake is made that is most egregious to me. Here.
Oh, but he didn't see any mistakes.
Right.
There weren't any mistakes, Mr. Southern Law. There was no mistake. Quit that.
And stop asking.
They could have done the right thing.
Yeah, stop asking.
Or they could have helped make it right. Instead, they sort of just turn around on the street in North Dakota in the wintertime. And from what Jay told me, never apologized, and sort of took the position that they didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reporting I've seen. I know the chief has issued some statements. I think other officials from the city. The tenor of the statements I've seen is essentially, while the officer reported it and a prosecutor signed off and a judge signed off, so obviously it must have been fine, or else, you know, that wouldn't have happened. And essentially, they've also made a fact that Angela was had her case dismissed without prejudice. So I mean, they kind of left the door open. Well, she could still be a suspect, and we're still investigating. We might come back.
See.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Without prejudice means she.
Yeah, another slap in the face. Yeah,
exactly. And so this guy's on it, just like I said I was. Yeah. I'm not playing no games with these fuckers. I've learned enough to know what hurts them, and I wish to help other people learn that, so we can all get together to do that. Because it's going to take case laws like this to make them understand that people know and have a simple, like I just explained. Anybody knows that if you take an AI photo and you want a full conviction, you better do a little bit more investigation. These guys took that photo and ran with it with no investigation, and then got out in front of public and said there was no mistake. The fuck is wrong with you?
I would go so far as to say, even if the person.
Let me finish up here. So the real consequences aren't on the AI; it's on the prosecutor, the judge, the news media, and everybody that signs on after that officer does what he does, knowing full well that he didn't do what he should have. Every last one of those people, just like you and I, Joe, know he should have done further investigation, yet none of them questioned it. Not a one of them. Not even the prosecuting attorney who was required to. Go ahead.
I'd take it a step further and say that even if you did look, and I agree with you, she looks a lot like that photo. You still must do more investigation because people look like other people. You still would have had to go through the investigation processes of finding these fingers we're talking about. That should be the standard.
Absolutely. We all heard the term doppelganger, and we all run across looks so much like us that it could be very easily mistaken. I have been mistaken for Philip Zimbardo, professor emissary at the Stanford University. He's the one that did the Stanford Prison Project. I have been mistaken for him.
Okay, I gotta find a picture of him later. All right, let's get through this video.
I haven't seen anything in the
I
file
gotta
that
cut
suggests that Angela is a credible suspect in this matter. And if they didn't have the evidence when they issued the warrant and charged her and tried to bring criminal proceedings against her, I mean, what do they have now? I would say that if they don't have new evidence now that ties Angela to North Dakota or the crime or something better than they had before, they should really clear that air of suspicion for Angela because she's still dealing with the effects afterward.
And you would think, right, if they're using this AI software, and I think they're using the flock stuff as well, Jay told me, of course, they're using it everywhere. Like, why aren't they putting their two little like magic tools that they like to rely on together? Like, all right, if this woman who lives in Tennessee somehow committed this crime in Fargo, North Dakota, and you know when this crime was committed, you have a surveillance photo that was taken on a particular day at a particular time. Like, how easy would that be to like check and see what her license plate number is, what is her vehicle registration? Did those show up on any of your like 1,000 flock cameras between Fargo, North Dakota, and where she lives in Tennessee?
And I was gonna say, I can't say whether
Bingo, again, those flock cameras are coming into the automated digitization of investigations. So like we saw in the video earlier where they were using flock, the flock tracks you. Okay. So if they did their simple internal investigation in the flock system, they would have found that no, her vehicle has not gone anywhere around North Dakota.
This is one of those things that you were saying earlier they should have done. And as police, they wouldn't have just had the simple shit we had. They should have tools and shit where they can do more serious shit. This is one of those things that they would have had tools to do. The average person wouldn't have thought of. It should have been normal operating procedure to them. We got to check the cameras around here, Bob. That's how we always do it. And that should have been normal to them.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. So let's switch real quick. I don't know if you can see this.
All right, here I got it. Zoom in. All right, I got it. Okay. Okay, let me zoom in on this guy. I don't really see it. Man, I go for it, but not a ton though, right?
Well, if I cut my
on
hair,
a couple of them for sure.
If I cut my hair and shave a goatee just like him, many people will mistake me for him.
I can see a couple of them where I would do it. Even the brown, the black and white one on the bottom, even looks like one of your younger pictures. But the one on the far right, the black and white one on the top, some of them just didn't look like you. A couple of them did, though. I can see when he make that smile, for sure, his face had the same lines in it that yours do.
So yeah, it's amazing how much people depend on the AI when they really shouldn't.
Either you're muted or I lost shit again.
I mean, that's again not something unexpected or something unusual. That would be
I can't hear shit.
Tool is to say,
I need to cut out anyway, Pero, if you can hear me. I'm sure you can probably still hear me. Take it easy. It's been a blast.
Absolutely. You too, brother. And you guys down in chat, let me know if you can hear me, because if my sound went out, then I need to know.
if you have this possible face match in Tennessee, you got to find something that would put her in North Dakota or allows her to get to North Dakota or puts her somewhere in the vicinity. And if you don't have that, then maybe don't claim PC and don't issue an arrest warrant and don't extradite her and make her stand charges. Because I mean, that's a, that's a basic element you'd expect a prosecutor to have to prove, is that Angela was in that part of the country around the time that these crimes occurred. And if you don't have that piece of evidence, then, maybe continue your investigation.
How is Angela doing now?
The department, as you mentioned, hasn't apologized, hasn't taken full responsibility that they messed up or that she shouldn't have been suspected. And if anything, they noted her case was dismissed without prejudice. So Angela's having to answer questions about if she's still under suspicion and can she further prove her innocence. And that's what I say. This case really highlights the dangers of officers relying on AI in this manner. As AI becomes more prevalent and cheaper, you're probably going to see more and more of this, where officers are using it as a shortcut instead of a proper law enforcement investigation. It basically means that anyone could potentially be named as a suspect in these types of cases. Depending on what you have on social media, depending on how clear the surveillance video is, depending on what database or library law enforcement is pulling from, I mean, if they can basically grab anyone from around the country who fits into a blurry mass of pixels on a surveillance video, no one's safe. And that's why it's important that the line be established with Angela's case and with cases like officers relying on AI in this manner. As AI becomes more prevalent and cheaper, you're probably going to see more and more of this, where officers are using it as a shortcut instead of a proper law enforcement investigation. It basically means that anyone could potentially be named as a suspect in these types of cases. Depending on what you have on social media, depending on how clear the surveillance video is, depending on what database or library law enforcement is pulling from, I mean, if they can basically grab anyone from around the country who fits into a blurry mass of pixels on a surveillance video, no one's safe. And that's why it's important that the line be established with Angela's case and with cases like these now, that we expect and demand more from law enforcement to use AI as a tool, but not as a basis itself to charge and extradite a person across the country.
So after
it should not be the accuser. It should be a tool that they can use for investigative purposes. And that's, again, what I was saying earlier about the case law on this civil case coming out. I imagine they're going to set those fingers of investigation that will be required to follow up on an AI image identification. They will have to set a precedent there that from now on, if you're going to use AI image generation to convict somebody, you must do this, this, and this as part of the extensive investigation to ensure that AI is not making a mistake by coming up with one picture out of 380 million people that could possibly match a fuzzy picture.
After I talked to Jay and Eric, in fact, this was just yesterday, the city of Fargo holds a press conference, another one. And remember, at their earlier press conference, they refused to answer any questions about the Angela Lips incident.
Why did nobody from FPD ever speak with Angela Lips for the 5 months she was in jail?
Well, thank you, Matt, for that question, but we're not here to talk about that today.
And in his radio interview, the chief of police claimed they did nothing wrong.
You've been at this a long time. Just from a 30,000-foot view, do you see mistakes having been made?
No, I don't, although there's always room for improvement.
But now that more...
No, I don't, although there's always room for improvement. You know, like maybe some of your vision, maybe you should go get your eyes checked, your ears checked, because evidently you missed the mistake that was the foundation of the whole case, which is the AI identification, which was a mistake.
The public knows that's not true. That was a lie. That was gaslighting. They once again come out publicly and have a press conference about the Angela Lips incident.
We understand that this situation has caused a lot of concern and frustration in our community, and we completely understand that. We've been working diligently to look into this matter in greater detail, and I'll have some reporting out on that, identifying areas where we could have done something better.
They basically try to do some damage control. They say, well, we did not use AI software. It wasn't us. It was our colleagues over at the West Fargo Police Department. It was them. They did it, and they sent us the AI match. We didn't even know about it.
And yet you signed off on it. See, this is the thing. They're all signing off on each other's work and blaming it on somebody else, because that way you never figure out who's at fault, right? No, and that's part of the problem, is we're not holding those at fault. We're just dismissing shit. Oh, well, no, we have to start learning how to hold these people accountable for their mistakes.
Just in terms of facial recognition technology, facial recognition is a form of artificial intelligence. We don't have any equipment that does facial recognition, artificial intelligence at the Fargo Police Department. At some point...
No, but you used it in your investigation, as Detective Heck said, when he matched it with 5 Facebook profiles, an Instagram profile, and a Tennessee or a North Carolina or whatever, Georgia driver's license. This is pathetic, folks. Just because you don't have AI doesn't mean you used AI as the foundation of identity in identifying the wrong person.
Our partner agency over at West Fargo purchased their own AI facial recognition system that we were not aware of at the executive level anyway. And we would not have allowed that to be used, and it has since been prohibited. And I'll talk about that in coming up here. We have always gone through ND-SLIC, and some of the information that came from the West Fargo AI system is part of the issue, not necessarily them, but our reliance on that information. Information that we
And so you relied on that information, which resulted in the mistake, and you still don't see a mistake. While talking in a public press conference about those mistakes while blaming it on somebody else.
received from West Fargo PD was their submission of the photo from an idea used in one of their fraud cases. They, through their AI system, made that identification of Ms. Lips and forwarded that information. And I would say it's not an identification, it's a potential suspect. But they forwarded that information to our detectives, who then assumed wrongly that they had also sent in the surveillance photos with that photo ID. As you can imagine, the photo on the fake ID that I use doesn't necessarily mean that I am the person that's in that fake ID. And so the wrong assumption was that the surveillance photos had been sent. However, the photo did hit on her as a potential person.
If I understand this gaslighting.
But again, as I pointed out, if the photo pointed out her as a potential person, a potential suspect, how come she was the only one it pointed out?
Correctly, they're not saying we should not have just relied on AI and we should have performed a more thorough investigation to corroborate some AI match. What they're actually saying is we didn't use AI, we just relied ignorantly on our colleagues' AI over at the West Fargo Police Department.
And that's what I'm saying. They just sign off on everybody else's work. And then when the mistakes are found, oh, well, we got it from them.
We don't actually usually trust. So we don't have it, and we would not have relied on it had we known that they used it, but we didn't know. But nevertheless, we put that into a sworn affidavit that was presented to a judge that caused this woman to be arrested multiple states away and then jailed for like 6 months.
And while remembering that ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Is that when asked by a reporter if they were going to apologize to Angela Lips, he refused to apologize and once again implied or insinuated or even outright alleged that Angela Lips still may be a suspect, despite the fact that he
still may be a suspect. And that's why it was dismissed without prejudice, saying that they can still bring charges. That is bullshit. They've already know that she is not connected, that the AI was used and it made a mistake or mistakes were made along the way in identifying her as a suspect, and therefore just need to own up to it and let it be. But no, you can't take that accountability. That would make you look like you did something wrong.
Just finished
while you're standing there doing everything wrong by not taking that accountability. And this is why the American people don't give one fuck about you and your family and how you have to go home at night, because you don't give a fuck about the American people.
Blaming West Fargo Police Department using their unreliable AI.
He apologized for eroding the trust of the community, but
apologize for eroding the trust of the community. You understand what you're doing. You apologize for that. But it kind of goes by the wayside when you sit there and continue to do it and continue to lie to the people that you are abusing. Not take any accountability. That's the part that erodes the trust. Not the fact that you made a mistake, but the fact that you won't sign up or you won't take responsibility for it, and everybody else that signed on to it is doing the exact same thing, not taking accountability.
a lot of calls have been out there to apologize to Angela Lips. Why not do that?
Sure, valid question, and I think we had a little discussion on that last night as well. And so at this juncture, we still don't know who's involved and who's not involved.
So they're going to placate that she's still a suspect and that the investigation is still ongoing because they haven't gotten anybody. And therefore, they're not going to apologize until this case is over. And if they never catch them, guess what? They'll never apologize. And guess what? They'll probably never get this case over. And even if they do, they probably won't vocalize it enough to make that demand for an apology now acceptable. They use every loophole they can, including the media and the fact that they're still doing the investigation, so certain records can't be had, da 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 da. You think this woman will ever get an apology? I don't.
Going to have to whittle through all of this kind of vast network of people and who's involved. You could have, this is a large conspiratorial type of operation in which many people are involved. And so kind of just like, if you think about a robbery crew, today we go out, 4 of us, and we do an armed robbery. Today, I got the gun, he takes the money, someone else watches the door. Tomorrow we switch it up. He's got the gun, I watch the door, someone else takes the money. And so there's a lot of people involved in this. So I think that's an appropriate.
He kind of sounds familiar with the concept of shuffling things around, huh? That's what I'm saying. They shuffle shit around like it's part of the regular routine. Part of the regular criminal routine that he just expressed.
Great question and response at the right time, but we do not know definitively who's involved and who's not at this juncture.
I mean, what else could they possibly have done? It was AI's fault, and it wasn't our AI. It was their AI. I mean, it's not like we could have done any real investigation work. I mean, we had no way of knowing whether this woman had ever entered the state of North Dakota. We don't have flock cameras everywhere. We don't have the ability to subpoena bank records or credit card records. We don't have the right to call people on the phone and ask them questions. We don't have the ability to walk up to their front door and do a knock and talk. And we definitely don't have any sort of nationwide databases that we can access to find out information about people and, investigate them. There's basically nothing we could do. As Eric explained, there definitely were not only things that they could do, but that constitutionally they are required to do in order to arrest somebody because probable cause is required. Hopefully others will see this and say, you know what, we need to have an AI policy in our policies. Even if there's an AI match, you still need to do police work.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a lesson that needs to be driven home. And I think there's 2 aims here that I hope people take away from Angela's case. And one is that this AI face recognition is not reliable and is not meant to be used as a substitute for conventional police investigation. And 2, I hope officers take a moment just to consider the consequences of their actions on the people who are targeted. There are some very...
And I urge everybody to also think that the prosecuting attorney and the courts and the news media take responsibility for signing on for this shit. Everybody needs to start taking accountability.
Basic questions that should have been answered. Was Angela in the area? Could she have been in the area? What do her bank records show? Does she have any tie? Go to the teller, have her identify and see if, she names Angela as the person. And it appears that a lot of that wasn't done. And I think going forward, if officers take to heart that these tools are not an effective substitute for investigation and that they could cause extreme harm to members of their community that most officers want to help protect, that they'll pause and, take a...
And I think that's a part of it here too, is because of the division, the separation of distance between North Dakota and Tennessee or whatever, that they're not in their local community. So they don't feel a need to necessarily be so apologetic, because what kind of interactions are they going to have with them in the future? Certainly, probably none. As expressed, she's remained in that small local area for all of her life. Why would she now, all of a sudden, after being abused by North Dakota, want to go back to North Dakota? So again, it's part of that thing that this isn't a community thing, when the community is the American people, folks. You are that community. And it doesn't matter if it happens in Iowa, North Dakota, South Florida, California, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico even. We're all part of this collective community of mankind. And we should love our neighbors as ourselves. And when something like this happens, we should all be crying out, hey, 6 fucking months, come the fuck on.
Moment to make sure that their efforts are proper.
AI is a powerful tool, but that's what it is. It's a tool. When it comes to having people arrested, You cannot just rely on AI. As lawyers, we use AI all the time. It allows us to do our jobs better. It's a tool. Just like lawyers cannot rely on AI to write their briefs for them, cops and prosecutors cannot rely on AI to find their suspects for them. But the difference is when lawyers do that, they get in trouble. It's been all over the news. But on the other hand, when cops do it, when the government does it, they do not hold themselves accountable. What went wrong is very simple. They relied on AI and did absolutely nothing else. Angela Lipps paid the price, incarcerated for multiple months. There is a GoFundMe page for Angela Lipps, which I will link in the description below. It's currently at $57,802 raised. It was actually very simple, very basic detective work that ironically they could have used AI to do if they really wanted to use AI. I'm sure this won't be the last AI case I do a video on, but I'll continue to follow this one. And if I hear anything else, I'll do an update video. And you can follow along by subscribing both here and at the blog.
And so, folks, there you have it. We have to understand what we're doing here. And if we continue to let people that don't know the law use tools that aren't incorporated in the law, as if though that is the law, we're going to find ourselves in that pre-crime situation. We're going to find them using this stuff, making false accusations about things we might do in the future because they recognize something in the data element. We have to understand this is not to our benefits unless we know it's ourselves how it's used and how it should be used. These are imperatives. Again, if that officer, any officer, made that connection through social sites and stuff, and that was the top of his investigative arm, and he moved forward with the court signing on with it, the prosecuting attorney and the court signing on with it, without doing any investigation themselves as to whether the officer was doing his job correctly, knowing that he doesn't know the law. Understand the judge and these attorneys know that police don't know the law. You and I know this. It's clear. Okay. So think about this stuff. And I want to thank Stuart for the donation. I appreciate it. Every little bit counts. All help is appreciated. Let me pull the link up again in case anybody else wants to throw some love. All is appreciated. Rough times for us here. Trying to get the StreamYard subscription paid back up after a wrongful eviction that took every dime we had. So it subsequently expired because we didn't have money to put it back up again. So we are blessed with all the support. And freaking 1960. Hi, what is the topic today? Well, we're just wrapping up. Just a little fun drive here. I did 5 hours going over various different things in the law. Did some reviews on the corruption that we see by police, flipping coins to make decisions on whether to arrest people, using AI images to correlate that this suspect or this person over here is a suspect because it matches this image without any further investigation, and then find out, oops, we made a mistake, but yet we don't see any mistakes. So all the hypocrisy and the authority of the police and those that sign on with them in this amazing world that we have. And it's disturbing. It's disturbing that people go around with their eyes closed and not making that observation for what it really is. Because I'm sure many of you will see the same problem I see, and you don't need to have any particular kind of education whatsoever. Even somebody without a high school education can see that using an AI picture that comes up with one identification out of 380 million people, there was only one possible match, and it wasn't even the right woman. So that proves AI can't possibly be accurate, because the one they were looking for, that they got the image from, AI couldn't find. It found a different woman. So think about this stuff and learn how to start using your own discernment. This is me telling you, don't believe me. Don't believe the government. Don't believe the neighbor. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. It's time to stop believing the bullshit. And with that, we're done. You guys know me. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass. Where is my... Where did it go? Well, we'll just have to pull it up again. So hold on a second. There we go. So you guys know me. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. And that part's on you.
Hold up, grab my soda, cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape paint. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimation. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan, how you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation, you're a cheap imitation. Dark said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Productions. Man up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.